Hello and welcome. I know many of you use this video to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Take a moment to get comfortable, relax, and let yourself unwind. Name of the story: The Smiling Dead. In the city of Larksville, people had always said it was a peaceful place, a quiet town nestled between hills and a river that ran slowly past. People didn't lock their doors, neighbors were friendly, and kids ran through the streets after school without fear. It felt like nothing could ever disturb the calm air that wrapped around the town. But then one winter night, something terrible happened. It started with the disappearance of Evelyn Parker. She was a young woman in her early 20s, with long, dark hair and bright eyes that made everyone feel at ease. She lived in a small apartment near the old bridge, always keeping to herself, but never causing trouble. One evening, she went out for a walk along the river, and no one saw her again. At first, it seemed like an ordinary missing persons case. Police scoured the area, asking people if they had seen her, but there were no clues, no witnesses. Days passed, and the fear began to spread through the city. Rumors started to whisper through the streets. People said she must have run off, maybe to start a new life, but others weren't so sure. Evelyn had always been quiet, yes, but she wasn't the kind of person to just leave without telling anyone. It didn't add up. And then, one morning, her body was found, washed up on the banks of the river. The discovery sent a chill down everyone's spine. Evelyn's body had been placed carefully on the shore, as if someone had arranged it there. But what really unsettled the police and the townspeople was her expression. Her eyes were wide open, but it was the smile on her face that terrified everyone. It wasn't a peaceful smile. It was twisted, as if something forced it into place. The kind of smile that made your stomach churn. Her lips were stretched so far it looked unnatural, and her teeth were bared in a way that didn't fit her gentle nature. It was like she was mocking the people who found her, laughing at their fear. The autopsy couldn't explain how she had died. There were no signs of a struggle, no wounds on her body. It was as if she had simply collapsed and died on the spot. But no one believed that. The city started to grow uneasy, unsure of what they were dealing with. Soon after, another person vanished. This time, it was Jack Monroe, an older man who worked as a mechanic. He had been well known in town, always fixing cars and chatting with the locals. One evening, he left the bar after having a drink with some friends and simply disappeared. His wife, worried when he didn't come home, called the police. But once again, there were no signs of where he had gone. The search was fruitless. For days, no one heard from him. And then, just like Evelyn, Jack's body was found by the river, his smile just as haunting, just as wrong. The police were baffled. 2 deaths in a city that had never seen anything like it. And what was even stranger was that there were no clues, no suspects, no signs of foul play. It was as if the city itself had swallowed them up, only to spit them out days later with that same disturbing smile etched on their faces. The fear grew. People started to avoid the river. Parents kept their children inside, and no one dared to walk alone at night. Even the most skeptical of people couldn't ignore the eerie feeling that something was terribly wrong. Whispers of curses began to spread, stories of a long-forgotten legend that spoke of something dark living under the city. It was a tale that old-timers shared in hushed voices, but few took seriously. Until now, the town's mayor, Caroline Hayes, was determined to find out what was going on. She called in a special investigator from the nearby city, a man named Daniel Ford. He was known for his work on strange cases that didn't fit the usual pattern. When he arrived in Larksville, he was greeted by a town on edge. People were nervous, afraid to speak openly. The smile on the victims' faces had unsettled everyone, and no one knew what it meant. "Tell me everything," Daniel said as he sat down with the mayor in her office. "What do we know about the victims?" Caroline shifted uncomfortably in her chair. She had been the one to find Jack Monroe's body. She couldn't get the image of his face out of her mind, the smile that had twisted his features. It was as if something was playing with them, with all of them. There's nothing. No connections between the victims. No evidence of a struggle. No one saw anything. Have you found anything unusual? Daniel asked, his eyes narrowing. Anything out of the ordinary? Caroline hesitated, then nodded. Yes, there's one thing. The smile. It's the same on every victim. Daniel leaned forward, his interest piqued. What do you mean the same? It's the expression, Caroline said, her voice shaking slightly. It's wrong. It's unnatural. It's like they were forced to smile, like something made them do it. Daniel sat back in his chair, his mind racing. And the cause of death? No one knows, she said, frustration creeping into her voice. They were healthy, fine one moment, and dead the next. No wounds, no signs of poisoning. It's like their lives were just taken from them. Daniel nodded slowly. He had a theory forming in his mind, but he wasn't sure if it was too wild to entertain. But there was something about the way the victims had died that felt deliberate. The smile, the emptiness in their eyes, the way they were placed by the river. It was too much to ignore. He needed to know more. The investigation deepened. Daniel began to question everyone in town. He visited the families of the victims, spoke with witnesses, and even examined the locations where the bodies had been found. But every lead he followed seemed to go nowhere. And then, one evening, as he sat in his small office, a knock came at the door. It was a young woman named Lisa, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. She had heard about the investigation and wanted to speak to Daniel. When he invited her in, she didn't hesitate. She sat down quickly and looked around the room nervously. I think I saw something, she whispered. Something related to the deaths? Daniel asked, leaning in. Lisa nodded, her hands trembling. Yes. A few nights ago, I was walking home from the store when I saw something by the river. It was just a shadow at first, but then I saw the smile. Daniel's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Lisa swallowed hard. It was a man, or at least I think it was. He was standing by the water, staring at me. His face was wrong. His smile was wide, too wide, like it wasn't real. I didn't know what to do. I just ran home. But now I think he's the one behind it all. I think he's making people smile like that. Daniel listened carefully. The pieces were starting to fall into place. The smile, the strange deaths, the fear spreading through the city, it was all connected. He had to find this man, this shadow, before it was too late. But the town was already changing. People were growing more paranoid, more fearful, and whispers of the smiling dead began to spread like wildfire. No one knew who was next, and every day seemed to bring a new victim, each one wearing that same eerie, unsettling grin. As Daniel sat in his office, he replayed Lisa's words over and over in his mind. There was something chilling about the way she described the figure by the river, the smile that stretched unnaturally across his face. It was as if the man was part of something much larger than just a series of unexplained deaths. The smile was the key. He knew that now. The next morning, he set out to investigate further. He walked through the town, taking in the sights of Larksville, the empty streets, the closed shops, the quiet that hung over everything. People moved quickly, eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at them. The air felt thick with tension. He stopped by the river where the bodies had been found. The water moved slowly, gently lapping against the shore, but there was an unnatural stillness about it now. The river, once a source of life for the town, now felt like a graveyard. Daniel crouched by the water's edge and examined the ground. There were no footprints, no signs of struggle, nothing that could indicate someone had been there recently. But as he looked closer, he noticed something odd, a faint, almost imperceptible pattern in the dirt. It was like someone had been walking along the riverbank, dragging their feet. He stood up and scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone nearby, just the distant hum of the city. His eyes caught a movement in the corner of his vision. He turned quickly, but all he saw was the same empty stretch of riverbank. Nothing. The feeling of being watched crawled up his spine, but he shook it off. He had a job to do. He decided to head to the morgue next. He needed to see the bodies, to study the faces of the victims himself. When he arrived, the morgue attendant led him to the back where the bodies were kept. One by one, they were brought out on cold metal slabs. Evelyn, Jack, and the others all had that same twisted, unnatural smile, their faces frozen in a mockery of happiness. Daniel's stomach turned, but he forced himself to stay focused. He leaned closer to each body, examining the details. No signs of trauma, no obvious cause of death, just the smile. The longer he stared at them, the more he began to feel like they were watching him, as if they were aware of his presence. He quickly stepped back, trying to shake off the sensation. There was something here, something that wasn't right. But what? As he left the morgue, Daniel received a call from Caroline. "I think I found something," she said, her voice urgent. "You need to come to the town square. Now." Daniel didn't hesitate. He jumped into his car and drove toward the center of Larksville, where a crowd had gathered. People were whispering in hushed tones, eyes darting around nervously. The streets were lined with curious onlookers, but there was something different about the mood today, an eerie sense of dread. Caroline was waiting for him by the fountain in the square. She looked pale, her hands shaking. "What's going on?" Daniel asked, stepping up to her. Caroline motioned toward the center of the square, where a large banner had been hung. It was an announcement for a memorial service for the victims. But the banner, something was wrong with it. As Daniel looked at the picture on the banner, his blood ran cold. It was a photograph of Evelyn Parker, but her smile was wrong. It was wide, stretched unnaturally, just like the one on her corpse. And beside her, in the same photo, was Jack Monroe, his grin just as twisted, just as terrifying. The image wasn't a simple memorial, it was a message. "It's happening again," Caroline whispered, her voice trembling. "Someone's behind this. They're controlling it. They're doing something to these people, making them smile like that." Daniel's mind raced. Whoever was behind this wasn't just killing people. They were toying with them, manipulating them, turning them into something grotesque. But why? What was the purpose of these smiles? Then, something else caught Daniel's eye. He turned his head toward the crowd, where he spotted a familiar face. It was Lisa, the woman who had spoken to him about the figure by the river. She was standing in the back, her eyes darting nervously, as if she was trying to avoid being noticed. Without thinking, Daniel walked toward her, pushing through the crowd. "Lisa," he called out, his voice firm. She froze, her eyes widening when she saw him. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice shaky. "I need to talk to you," Daniel said, pulling her aside from the crowd. "What did you see by the river? Tell me everything." Lisa swallowed hard, her face pale. "I told you everything already. I saw him, standing by the water, just staring at me with that smile. But there's more. I think I saw him again last night." Daniel's heart skipped a beat. "Where? Where did you see him?" Lisa's voice dropped to a whisper. "In my dreams. He came to me in my dreams, standing in the shadows, smiling. It wasn't just a dream, though. It felt real, like he was there in my room watching me. I woke up, and the smile was still in my head. It's like he's inside my mind, controlling me." Daniel's mind raced. Could the figure by the river somehow be connected to these dreams? Was it possible that he was manipulating the victims, even from beyond the grave? "I need you to stay close," Daniel said, trying to keep his voice calm. "We need to figure out what's happening, and you might be the key." Lisa nodded, but her eyes were full of fear. "I'm scared, Daniel. What if he comes for me next?" Daniel didn't know how to answer. The truth was, he wasn't sure who would be next. The town was on edge, and every new death seemed to raise the stakes higher. As he looked around at the crowd in the square, he couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. That night, As Daniel walked through the empty streets, a strange noise caught his attention. It was faint at first, like the rustling of leaves in the wind, but as he got closer, he realized it was something else. It was the sound of whispering, low and distorted, echoing in the alleyways. He turned down a narrow street and found himself standing in front of an old, abandoned building. The door creaked open slowly, and a cold gust of wind rushed past him. He stepped inside, the air thick with dust and decay. The whispering grew louder, filling his ears with a chorus of voices, all speaking at once. Daniel's heart pounded as he moved deeper into the building, the shadows stretching out before him. And then he saw it, a figure in the distance, standing in the darkness, staring at him with that same haunting smile. Daniel's heart skipped a beat as the figure in the distance took a slow step forward. The dim light filtering through the broken windows revealed a man, or at least what seemed to be a man. His face was hidden in shadow, but Daniel could already make out the smile, a wide, grotesque stretch that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. It was the same smile, the same twisted expression that had marked every victim. This was no coincidence. "Who are you?" Daniel called out, his voice steady despite the rising panic in his chest. The figure didn't answer. It simply stood there, unmoving, its smile growing wider with each passing second. The longer Daniel stared, the more the smile seemed to stretch, as if it was alive, feeding off his fear. He gripped the handle of his flashlight tighter, its beam cutting through the thick darkness, but it felt like the shadows were closing in on him, pressing against his skin, suffocating him. Then, without warning, the figure stepped forward again, its movements unnatural, jerky. It wasn't walking, it was gliding, as if it wasn't bound by the normal rules of the world. Daniel stumbled back, his breath quickening, but his instincts told him to stand his ground. He couldn't let this thing take control of him, just like it had with the others. "Stay back!" Daniel shouted, though his voice cracked under the weight of the fear building inside him. But the figure kept moving toward him, the smile never leaving its face, its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, locked on him with an intensity that felt suffocating. The whispering grew louder, filling his ears with a constant buzz. It was as if 1,000 voices were speaking at once, all of them distorted, broken. The sound was unbearable, and Daniel had to fight the urge to cover his ears. But he knew he couldn't let his guard down. Not now. He stepped backward, keeping his flashlight trained on the figure, his mind racing. Was this the person behind all the deaths? Was he the one controlling the smiles? The chilling thought hit him. Maybe this thing had been behind it all from the start. But who or what was it? Suddenly, the figure stopped moving, its smile freezing in place. The whispering died down to an eerie silence, and for a moment, everything was still. The tension in the air was thick, almost suffocating, and Daniel's breath caught in his throat. The figure's lips parted, revealing a set of sharp, yellowed teeth. "Do you hear them?" A low, gravelly voice echoed from the figure, its tone like the scraping of nails on a chalkboard. "Do you hear them, the smiles?" Daniel's pulse raced. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This thing, it wasn't human. It couldn't be. The figure's head tilted to the side, the smile widening even further. "They all smile," it continued, its voice growing more distorted with each word. "They smile because they cannot stop. It is the only way to hear them. The ones who made me." Daniel took a shaky step back, his thoughts scrambling to make sense of what he was hearing. The ones who made it? What did that mean? And how was this connected to the deaths? "Who made you?" Daniel demanded, his voice steadying despite the overwhelming fear gnawing at him. The figure let out a sound that might have been a laugh, though it was so twisted it could hardly be called that. "They came long before you. Long before all of this. They smile because they listen. They smile because they remember." The figure's words hung in the air like a weight, and for a moment, Daniel felt as though he had stepped into a nightmare beyond his comprehension. "Who are they?" What did this thing mean by, they smile because they remember? I can help you, Daniel said, his mind working quickly. He had to keep the creature talking. He had to understand what was happening and why this thing was doing what it was doing. He had no other choice. The figure's smile faltered, just for a moment, before it grew even wider, stretching painfully at the edges. Help me. Help you, it said, its voice rising in pitch. You cannot help me. You cannot help them. They will come for you. They will come for all of you. Before Daniel could respond, the figure lunged forward, its movements impossibly fast. In one quick motion, it was inches from him, and Daniel could feel the chill of its presence surrounding him, crawling into his skin. He swung his flashlight toward it, but it passed right through the figure, like light through smoke. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. Yet, the cold that gripped him felt as real as the ground beneath his feet. With a sharp gasp, Daniel stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest. The figure's laughter filled his ears, a sound that was both bone-chilling and maddening. He needed to get out of there. He turned to run, but before he could make it to the door, something stopped him. A soft, whispering voice, not from the figure, but from somewhere deeper within the building, echoed through the dark. It's already too late. Daniel's blood ran cold as the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening bang, trapping him in the darkness. The air grew thick, suffocating him as he turned, trying to find another way out. And then he saw them. Figures, dozens of them, emerged from the shadows, all wearing the same haunting smile. Their faces were twisted and wrong, their eyes blank and lifeless, but the smiles were too wide, too unnatural. They slowly advanced toward him, the whispering growing louder, a chorus of voices that filled the room with madness. Daniel's breath caught in his throat as the first figure reached him, its eyes locked onto his, and he could see it clearly now. This was no ordinary person. It was something else, something far older, far more sinister. The smile was the key. It always had been. They're all listening, one of the figures whispered, its voice hollow. They smile because they remember. They remember the ones who came before. Daniel's eyes widened in horror as the full weight of the words hit him. This wasn't just about the victims. It was about something much older, something that had been buried for centuries. Something that had returned to Larksville to claim what it had left behind. The room began to spin, the figures closing in on him. He could hear their whispers now, clearer than ever. A chant, a song, a terrible memory that reached back to the darkest corners of the earth. He had to get out. He had to warn Caroline, Lisa, the rest of the town. But the walls seemed to close in, the smiles too powerful, too overwhelming. With one final, desperate effort, Daniel ran. But as he reached for the door, it slammed open on its own, and he stumbled into the cold night air. The smile followed him, in every shadow, in every corner of the town. It was everywhere now. Daniel stumbled out into the cold night air, his lungs desperate for a breath that didn't carry the taste of dread. The night felt heavier now, as if the very atmosphere had been tainted by the evil that lurked in the shadows. Every corner, every alley, seemed to hold the same twisted smile, watching him waiting. He didn't dare look back as he ran through the empty streets, the sound of his feet pounding against the pavement echoing in the silence. His mind was racing, his thoughts scrambled as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. What was it? What was that thing? And why were the people of Larksville being affected? The night felt endless, stretching out before him like an impenetrable fog. He couldn't shake the images of the figures, their hollow eyes, their twisted grins. He had barely escaped, but he knew it was only a matter of time before they would come for him again. They would come for everyone. His thoughts turned to Caroline and Lisa. He had to warn them. They were the only ones who might be able to help him figure out what was happening. They couldn't be left in the dark about this. They needed to know the truth. He reached the town square, but as he approached the fountain, he stopped dead in his tracks. There, standing in the center of the square, were the same figures, the ones he had seen inside the building. They were standing still, their smiles fixed in place, their eyes vacant. They weren't moving, but they were watching him. He could feel their gaze, cold and suffocating. "Why are you doing this?" Daniel shouted, his voice breaking as he took a step toward them. But they didn't respond. They never did. A figure at the edge of the crowd turned toward him, its smile widening as it took a slow step forward. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as it moved closer, its eyes locked on his. "Who are you?" Daniel demanded again, though his voice wavered. He knew the answer, but he needed to hear it. He needed to understand why this was happening. The figure stopped just a few feet away from him, its grin stretching further, its lips cracking at the corners as if it were about to burst open in a grotesque display. Then, in a voice that sounded like nails scraping against wood, it spoke. "We are the ones who smile. We are the ones who remember." Daniel's stomach turned, his body frozen in place. It was the same words he had heard in the building, from the figure in the shadows. But now it was different. It wasn't just a single entity, there were many, and they were all speaking the same words. He backed away slowly, trying to make sense of the nightmare unfolding before him. But as he turned to run, another figure emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Then another, and another. They were closing in, surrounding him. "You cannot run," one of them whispered, its voice barely audible, but it sent a chill down his spine. "You cannot escape the smile. It is in you. It is in all of us." Daniel's breath came faster now, his panic rising. They were everywhere. The town, the people, the buildings. All of it was infected with the same twisted presence. He couldn't escape it. It was part of him now, just as it was part of everyone in Larksville. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Daniel, over here." It was Caroline. Daniel turned to see her standing by the steps of the town hall, her face pale but determined. Behind her stood Lisa, her eyes wide with fear but full of resolve. "Get away from them," Caroline shouted. "Come with us." Without thinking, Daniel ran toward them, pushing past the figures who stood frozen in place, their smiles widening as he moved. He didn't care about the whispers, the threat in their words. He just had to reach Caroline and Lisa. They were his only chance. As he reached them, Caroline grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the door of the town hall. "Hurry, Daniel. They're coming." Lisa's voice was shaking. "We need to get out of here. It's not safe anymore. They've already begun." Daniel felt the weight of her words settle over him. What did she mean by "they've begun"? What had they started? Caroline led them into the town hall, closing the door behind them. The building felt safe, at least for the moment. But Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that it was only temporary, that the figures, the smile, were waiting just outside, ready to strike when they least expected it. They stood in the dimly lit entryway, their breath heavy in the air. Caroline looked at Daniel, her expression grim. "We need to figure out what this is. We need to understand why this is happening." Daniel nodded, his mind spinning with the same questions. But before he could speak, a loud bang echoed from the door, followed by the unmistakable sound of scraping nails. "They're here," Lisa whispered, her face pale with fear. Caroline grabbed Daniel's arm, pulling him toward the stairs. "We need to get to the basement. It's the only place we might be able to hide." But as they moved toward the stairs, the door to the town hall exploded inward, sending shards of wood flying across the room. Daniel didn't hesitate. He grabbed Caroline and Lisa, pulling them toward the back of the building as the first figure stepped through the wreckage. It was the same one Daniel had seen earlier, its smile stretched impossibly wide, its eyes hollow and dark. And behind it, dozens more emerged, all of them wearing the same grotesque grin, their eyes locked onto their prey. "We cannot escape," the figure said, its voice low and raspy. "We are everywhere. We are the ones who remember." The room seemed to close in around them, the air growing thick with an oppressive force. Daniel felt his chest tighten as the figures advanced, their footsteps slow but deliberate. But before they could reach them, a voice shouted from the back of the room. Daniel, Caroline, Lisa. It was a man, tall and broad, his face hidden in shadow. But the strength in his voice was unmistakable. The figures turned toward the voice, their smiles fading just slightly as they hesitated. We are the ones who smile, they whispered in unison, as if in response to the challenge. You cannot stop us. We are eternal. The man stepped forward, his face now visible. Daniel's eyes widened in recognition. It was Henry, the old caretaker of the town's cemetery. He was known to everyone, but no one had seen him in years. You, the figure closest to Daniel, hissed, its smile narrowing. You are not one of them. Henry raised his hand, and the figures froze. The air shifted again, growing heavier, like a storm about to break. I know what you are, Henry said, his voice calm but filled with authority. And I know how to stop you. Henry's words hung in the air, thick with tension. The figures before them, silent now, stayed still, their twisted smiles frozen as they all turned their attention to him. The room seemed to hold its breath as Daniel, Caroline, and Lisa stared at the man who had appeared out of nowhere, standing in defiance against the nightmare that had taken over Larksville. Henry's face, though older and worn with time, carried a weight of authority that made the figures hesitate. His eyes, though tired, were sharp, and his posture suggested he was no stranger to battle, even one like this. You think you can stop this? One of the figures snarled, its voice like dry leaves in the wind, scraping against their ears. Its smile twitched, as though it wanted to stretch further, but Henry's presence seemed to hold it back. Not stop, Henry replied coolly. I can end it. Daniel's heart raced. He didn't know who this man was or what power he held, but there was something about him, something that made the figures stop, if only for a moment. And in that moment, Daniel felt a shred of hope. How? Daniel found his voice, his words almost coming out in a whisper. How can you stop them? Henry turned his gaze to Daniel, his eyes hard with a mixture of sorrow and determination. It's not about stopping them. It's about returning them to where they belong. What are they? Caroline asked, her voice trembling with fear. Where do they belong? Henry didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a slow step forward, his eyes never leaving the figures that stood before him. He raised his hand once more, as though to command them. Do you remember? He asked them, his voice reverberating in the room like the echo of a forgotten memory. The figures twitched at the sound, their smiles faltering ever so slightly. Do you remember why you smile? For the first time, the figures' smiles seemed to waver, just for an instant. Then, the one at the front of the group spoke, its voice slower, more deliberate. We smile because we remember, it said, the words filled with an almost mournful tone. We remember the one who made us. We remember what was lost. Henry's eyes narrowed as he stepped closer. And you remember the curse that was placed upon you, the curse that bound you to this town, to its people. A low, guttural sound rose from the figures. It wasn't a word, but a collective sound, like an old, forgotten chant. The air thickened with a strange pressure, and Daniel felt as though the very walls of the town hall were closing in on him. Return, Daniel whispered, his mind spinning with confusion. What are you talking about? What curse? What's going on? Henry turned his gaze to Daniel again, his expression grave. The curse of Larksville, he said. It's been here longer than any of you could know. These figures, the ones with the smile, are not people. They were once like you, living, breathing, feeling. But they were changed, and not by time. Caroline took a step closer, her brow furrowed. What do you mean? Changed by what? Henry's eyes darkened. By an ancient evil. A force that has been feeding off the fear of this town for centuries. The smiles, they're a sign. A mark of possession. Those who smile, they are not themselves anymore. Lisa shuddered beside Daniel. You mean they're all dead? Henry nodded slowly, his face full of sorrow. Yes, and no. They are neither fully dead nor fully alive. They are trapped between the worlds, cursed to wander, to smile, to remember the lives they lost. And now, they're calling others to join them. Daniel felt his stomach drop. This was worse than he had imagined. It wasn't just that people had been killed. It was that something had taken them, twisted them, and now it was trying to claim more. The entire town could be swallowed up by this nightmare if they didn't stop it. "You said you can end this," Daniel said, his voice firm despite the fear gnawing at him. "How?" Henry's gaze flickered to the figures, who remained eerily still. "There is a way, but it won't be easy. The source of this curse is buried beneath the town. Beneath the cemetery." "The cemetery?" Caroline repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "But that's where they all—" "Yes," Henry interrupted, his voice grave. "The curse was born there, and it's tied to the land itself. The only way to stop this, to truly stop it, is to destroy the source, to burn the roots of the evil that lie deep in the earth." Daniel's mind raced. "But the cemetery is—" "It's not just a cemetery," Henry said, his eyes dark with understanding. "It was built on top of an ancient site, a place where old rituals were performed, rituals that shouldn't have been touched. When the land was disturbed, the evil that was locked away began to awaken." Daniel felt a chill sweep through him. It wasn't just the cemetery, it was the very foundation of the town that was cursed. "We have to go there," Henry continued, his tone resolute. "We have to reach the heart of the curse and destroy it. Otherwise these things," he gestured to the figures, "will never stop. They will keep coming. But we're not alone anymore," Lisa said, her voice trembling. "They're everywhere. How can we even get close to the cemetery?" Henry's gaze shifted to the figures again. "They can't stop us, not if we stand together. They are bound to the land, but we can fight back." Daniel looked at Caroline and Lisa, their faces filled with a mix of fear and determination. He knew they didn't have much of a choice. The figures were closing in again, and time was running out. They had to act, and they had to act fast. "Let's do it," Daniel said, his voice steady despite the storm of fear inside him. "Let's end this." Henry nodded. "Follow me. Keep close. And don't look back." The group moved quickly, heading for the back door of the town hall, where the night air greeted them with a chill that felt colder than before. The figures, though, didn't follow. They seemed to remain inside the hall, their twisted smiles frozen in place. But Daniel knew that wasn't the end. The real battle was about to begin. They stepped into the night, the cold air biting at their skin as they made their way toward the cemetery. The town, once familiar, now felt foreign, like a place that had been twisted beyond recognition. The streets were eerily empty, the shadows deep and suffocating, as though the very darkness was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to unfold. Daniel walked beside Henry, Caroline and Lisa just behind them, their footsteps muffled on the cracked pavement. The silence of the night was broken only by the distant sound of wind rustling through the trees, the occasional creak of a building settling, and the faint echo of their footsteps. It felt as though the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. As they approached the edge of the cemetery, the air grew even colder. The iron gates loomed ahead, twisted and rusted, standing like sentinels guarding the place where the curse had begun. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, each beat a reminder of how close they were to the source of all this horror. "We'll have to get through the gates," Henry said quietly, his voice barely audible over the wind. "But be careful. They'll know we're here." Daniel looked around, his eyes scanning the shadows, but he saw nothing. He felt like they were being watched, like the very air was thick with unseen eyes. And yet, there was no movement. No figures. No twisted smiles. He reached the gates first, pulling at the rusted bars. They creaked loudly but didn't give. Henry stepped forward and pushed with a force that seemed unnatural for a man his age. The gates groaned but began to open slowly, inch by inch. The chill in the air intensified, as though something within the cemetery was waking up, sensing their approach. Finally, The gates opened wide enough for them to slip through. Henry motioned for them to follow, and they did, stepping carefully over the cracked stones of the path that led deeper into the cemetery. The gravestones were worn with age, their names long faded into the stone. The place was ancient, its history buried beneath the weight of time and decay. But beneath that decay, something dark and powerful stirred. Daniel's breath came in shallow bursts as they walked, the shadows of the trees stretching long across the ground, twisting like fingers reaching for them. It felt wrong, like they were walking through a place that was meant to be forgotten, but had somehow been awakened. "We're getting close," Henry muttered, glancing around as if sensing something just beyond the veil. "Stay alert." Caroline gripped Daniel's arm, her nails digging into his skin. "I don't like this," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "I know," Daniel replied softly. He could feel the unease in her, in all of them. This place, it didn't feel right. It felt alive with something evil. The air was thick, pressing against them, suffocating them with the weight of something ancient and powerful. They reached the heart of the cemetery, where the oldest graves stood. The stones here were large, almost monolithic, and covered in ivy. The ground around them was disturbed, as though someone or something had been digging. At the center, a massive stone slab lay cracked, its surface covered in strange markings that Daniel didn't recognize. "This is it," Henry said, his voice low. "The source, the heart of the curse." Daniel stared at the stone, his eyes narrowing. He could feel the darkness here, seeping into his bones, making his skin crawl. The smile of the figures, the twisted grins that had haunted him, seemed to echo in his mind, growing louder, more insistent. "What do we do?" Caroline asked, her voice trembling as she looked around. Henry stepped forward, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for the cracked stone. "We have to break the seal," he said. "The curse was bound here, and it must be unbound. Only then can we destroy it." He placed his hands on the stone, closing his eyes as if he were reaching for something deeper, something hidden beneath the surface. For a moment, there was only silence. Then a low hum began to vibrate through the ground, as if the earth itself was awakening. Daniel's heart raced. "What is that?" he asked, his voice tight with fear. "It's the curse," Henry said, his voice strained. "It's reacting to us, to our presence." Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled. The gravestones around them rattled, and a dark shadow seemed to rise from the earth itself. It was an oppressive force, heavy with malevolent energy. Daniel felt his chest tighten, and he knew that the moment they had been dreading had arrived. "Get ready," Henry warned, his eyes still closed, his hands pressed harder against the stone. "It's about to break free." The ground trembled again, this time more violently. The stone slab cracked open with a deafening sound, and a rush of cold air poured out from beneath it. The air turned thick with a stench that made Daniel gag. It was a foul, rotten odor, like something had been buried here for centuries, something that had been waiting to be freed. From the darkness below, something moved. At first, it was just a whisper, a low scraping sound, but then it grew louder. The figures, the ones with the twisted smiles. They emerged from the earth, their forms rising like specters, their faces frozen in that grotesque, eternal grin. "Here they come," Henry muttered, his face pale with effort. "They're going to stop us." The figures, now emerging fully from the earth, surrounded them, their hollow eyes staring at each of them in turn. The air was thick with their presence, and their smiles stretched wider, impossibly wide, as they slowly advanced. But Henry didn't move. He stood firm, his hands still on the stone, his eyes focused on something deeper. "We have to destroy it," Henry shouted. "We have to finish what we started." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as the figures closed in, their twisted grins growing more sinister by the second. The darkness around them seemed to come alive, pressing in on all sides. They had to act, or they would become just another part of the curse. "Help me," Henry called, his voice strained. "Together. Now." Daniel's heart thudded in his chest as the figures closed in, their smiles stretching further, more grotesque with each step. He could hear their breaths now, slow, drawn out, like the exhale of something that had been trapped for far too long. The air felt thicker, suffocating, as if the very ground beneath them was alive and fighting against their every move. Henry's voice cut through the oppressive silence. "Now!" he shouted again, his hands pressing harder against the stone, his face twisted in concentration. Daniel didn't hesitate. He reached for the nearest gravestone, his fingers brushing against the cold, weathered stone as he pulled himself toward the slab. Caroline and Lisa followed, their movements quick but uncertain. Together, they rushed to Henry's side, each of them knowing that there was no turning back now. The figures, though, were relentless. They advanced with eerie precision, their footsteps silent on the ground, but the threat in their eyes more real than any sound could convey. The town hall, the street, the very air itself, everything seemed to be closing in, as though the figures were pulling the world around them into their nightmare. Daniel took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. He needed to focus. He had to help Henry. He slammed his palm against the stone, feeling its cold surface under his hand. Beside him, Caroline and Lisa did the same. The stone was impossibly heavy, but they pushed against it, their hands trembling as they worked together, trying to unseal whatever had been locked away. The humming from beneath the stone grew louder, vibrating through their bodies, until it felt like the very earth was shaking beneath them. The figures surrounding them began to twitch, their smiles widening even further, their eyes burning with hunger. Henry's voice rose above the chaos. "We're so close, just a little more." Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open, and a dark, inky tendril shot up from the earth, wrapping itself around the gravestones and pushing against the group. The air became suffocating, a wave of raw, unrelenting energy flooding the cemetery. The figures recoiled for a moment, their smiles faltering as if something had shaken them. But then, like a wave crashing against the shore, they surged forward again, faster, more aggressive. Daniel could see their twisted faces up close now, hollow, lifeless eyes locked on them, their grins frozen in eternal malice. Henry's hands began to glow faintly, a dim, otherworldly light emanating from his palms as he fought to maintain control. "We need to break it. Destroy the seal." Daniel felt his pulse quicken. The figures were closing in, the energy from the stone growing stronger by the second. It was now or never. He couldn't wait any longer. He gritted his teeth and pushed against the stone with all his might. Beside him, Caroline and Lisa were struggling too, their hands slick with sweat, but they didn't stop. The ground trembled once more. The dark tendrils continued to rise from the earth, pulling at the gravestones and making the earth split wider. Daniel could see the outlines of something massive, something terrible, just beneath the surface. It was awake now, and it was angry. "Come on!" Henry shouted, his voice full of urgency and desperation. "We have to push harder." With a final, forceful push, the stone cracked open completely, sending a shockwave through the ground. A burst of light exploded from the gap, blinding them for a moment. The figures staggered back, their smiles twitching violently as the energy from the stone fought against them. For a moment, everything went still, and then from the depths of the crack, a dark shape rose, something ancient, something vile. Its form was a shifting mass of shadows, its edges blurred and indistinct. But there was no mistaking the feeling it gave off, pure, unfiltered evil. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. The creature, if it could be called that, was impossibly large, its twisted, formless shape writhing in the air like a living nightmare. It had no face, no eyes, but Daniel could feel its presence as though it were looking directly at him, judging him. Henry took a step back, his hands still glowing as he held the stone's energy at bay. "We're not done yet," he muttered under his breath. "We need to destroy it. Destroy it." Daniel could barely process the horror in front of him. But the figures, those twisted, smiling corpses, had stopped moving. They stood frozen, their smiles wide and their eyes hollow, as though they were waiting for something to happen. Their presence was suffocating, oppressive, but now they seemed to be caught in some kind of stasis. "What is it?" Caroline whispered, her voice shaking as she looked at the creature rising from the stone. Henry's eyes locked onto the dark mass, and his voice was grim. "That's the curse, the source of all of this." Lisa swallowed hard, stepping back. "How do we destroy it?" Henry didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised his hands high, his eyes burning with intensity. "We must sever the connection between this world and the darkness beneath it. Only then can we destroy it." Daniel could barely breathe. The creature before them seemed to be pulling at the air itself, its tendrils reaching out, trying to grasp anything in its path. It wasn't just a thing, it was a force that was older than time itself. But Henry wasn't backing down. "Focus!" Henry shouted, his voice commanding. "Push everything you have into it. The curse is bound to the land, to the stone. We need to shatter it." With a nod, Daniel raised his hands, his heart pounding, and concentrated with every ounce of strength he had left. Caroline and Lisa did the same, their faces set with determination despite their fear. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the stone beneath their hands began to glow brighter, its light seeping through the cracks and illuminating the cemetery in a haunting glow. The dark tendrils recoiled as if in pain, and the creature began to writhe, its shadowy form shifting violently. Daniel gritted his teeth. This was it. They were going to do it. Then the ground trembled again. The figures surrounding them began to stir, their smiles now grotesque, wide, and almost mocking. But Daniel held his ground. The energy from the stone surged beneath his fingers, building in intensity, and he knew that there was no turning back now. "Now!" Henry cried. "Shatter it!" With a final, desperate surge of energy, Daniel, Caroline, and Lisa pushed their hands down on the stone. The air crackled with tension, a raw, electric hum filling their ears as the darkness below them fought against their will. The shadowy mass that had risen from the earth seemed to scream in a soundless roar, its form writhing, twisting like something that had never known pain until now. For a fleeting moment, Daniel thought they might be too late, that the curse might consume them all before they had a chance. His muscles burned from the effort, and his breath came in short, ragged gasps. But then it happened. A sharp, deafening crack split the air. The stone shattered into 1,000 pieces, its glow bursting outward in a blinding flash. Daniel staggered back, his hands instinctively shielding his eyes from the searing light. The ground beneath them trembled violently, and the air seemed to split apart as the curse, the ancient evil that had long festered beneath Larksville, began to unravel. For a moment, the world seemed to stop, and then came the sound, a sickening, guttural scream that filled the air, tearing through the night like a jagged blade. The figures, those smiling monstrosities, shrieked in unison, their hollow eyes wide with terror as they twisted and convulsed. Their smiles stretched unnaturally, pulling their faces into grotesque distortions. But there was something new, something that had never been seen before in their hollow, lifeless eyes. Fear. The creature from the depths, now fully revealed, thrashed violently, its form flickering like a mirage. It was no longer formless, no longer a shadow. It was a twisted, nightmarish amalgamation of blackened limbs, faces that seemed to shift and melt, and a presence that radiated malice. It was as though the very ground around them was being consumed by it, the darkness spreading like ink in water. Daniel felt it, the weight of it pressing down on his chest, choking him, suffocating him. The creature was so close now, its presence consuming everything. The cemetery, the air, the very town itself seemed to warp and fade in its dark shadow. But still, Henry stood firm, his hands raised high as he fought to hold back the darkness with all his remaining strength. "Focus!" Henry shouted, his voice raw with effort. "We can't stop now. But the figures, those who had been so frozen in their smiles, were changing. Their twisted forms began to collapse in on themselves, their bodies crumbling to dust. The smiles, once grotesque and mocking, now seemed like a last, desperate cry of something trying to cling to its humanity. But it was too late. Caroline looked at the crumbling figures, her face pale, her breath ragged. "They're dying," she whispered, the realization dawning on her. "Yes," Henry replied grimly. "But that's not the worst of it. The curse isn't just the figures, it's everything. The land itself is tainted. If we don't destroy it completely, it will spread." Daniel turned his gaze back to the creature, which was now beginning to tear the earth apart around it, its tendrils reaching out and lashing like whips of darkness. The ground cracked and split, sending shockwaves through the cemetery. The very earth was fighting them now, and the creature was at its heart. "We need to finish it," Henry said, his voice strained. "This thing is tied to the land itself. We have to destroy the source. If we don't, it will come back, and worse." Daniel's heart raced, his breath coming in sharp bursts. They had to act now. There was no time left. He could feel the creature's energy growing, an overwhelming presence that threatened to consume everything. The ground itself seemed to churn, as if the very earth was alive, angry, and unwilling to let them destroy what it had been feeding on for so long. "Where's the source?" Daniel shouted over the chaos, his voice cracking. "Where do we strike?" Henry's face was etched with pain, sweat dripping down his forehead as he struggled to hold the curse at bay. "It's not the creature you need to kill. It's the core, the center of the curse. It's buried beneath us, beneath the ground." Daniel glanced at the stone remnants scattered across the cemetery, but there was nothing that made sense. The land itself was changing, warping, as though reality itself was being undone. The creature seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, its shadow creeping farther with every second. "Find it!" Henry shouted. "The core! Dig! Now!" Without thinking, Daniel dropped to his knees, his hands clawing at the ground. The earth was cold and damp beneath his fingers, but he didn't care. Caroline and Lisa joined him, frantically scraping at the soil. The air was thick, heavier with each passing second, but they couldn't stop now. Daniel's fingers scraped against something hard. His heart stopped for a moment. It was a stone, another stone, but this one was different. Darker, ancient. Its surface was slick with an oily substance that sent chills down his spine as he touched it. The creature above them roared, the sound deafening, but Daniel barely registered it. This was it, the source of it all. "This is it," Daniel muttered, his voice hoarse. "This is where it all began." Henry's eyes locked onto the stone, his expression dark. "We have to break it. We have to sever it from the land." The ground beneath them began to tremble more violently, the air thick with the presence of the creature, as though it was trying to drag them down, pull them into the darkness. "Help me," Henry gasped. "Now! We need to break the curse." With a final push, Daniel and the others lifted the stone, their hands shaking with the effort. As they lifted it higher, a low hum began to reverberate through the ground, the energy surging beneath them. The figures, now reduced to dust, seemed to be pulled into the earth, vanishing as though the very ground was devouring them. Henry nodded grimly. "Now!" With all their strength, they hurled the stone into the air, and the moment it hit the ground, the world seemed to shift. There was a moment of complete silence. And then, the scream. The creature let out a final, heart-wrenching cry, its dark form collapsing inward, consumed by its own shadow. The tendrils shriveled, and the air seemed to tear apart, leaving only silence behind. The ground settled, the air cleared, and the curse was broken. The cemetery was eerily still. The oppressive weight that had once pressed down on them, choking their every breath, had lifted. For the first time in what felt like forever, the air was calm, almost peaceful. The moon shone brightly above, casting a pale light over the scene. The twisted figures, the smiling corpses, were gone, vanished into dust as if they had never existed. The creature, whatever it had been, was no more. The earth, once darkened and alive with malice, was now simply silent. Daniel collapsed to his knees, his hands shaking from the effort, his chest heaving as if he could finally breathe again. Caroline, too, staggered back, her face pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lisa dropped beside them, her hands trembling as she wiped the sweat from her brow. They were all alive, but none of them spoke. Words seemed too heavy to say after everything they had just witnessed. Henry, standing a few steps away, stared at the ground, his expression unreadable. The faint glow from his hands had dimmed, and his energy had seemed to drain away with the destruction of the curse. He didn't look relieved, he looked tired. His eyes, once filled with determination, now held an empty sadness, a knowing that this victory had come at an unimaginable cost. "We did it," Caroline whispered, her voice raw. "We stopped it." But Henry shook his head slowly, his gaze never leaving the ground. "Not entirely." "What do you mean?" Daniel asked, his voice hoarse, struggling to find the words. Henry turned to face them, his face grim, his brow furrowed. "The curse is gone, but it's not over. The darkness, what we just fought, doesn't die so easily. It's been tied to this land for far too long." Daniel's stomach dropped, the relief he had felt moments before fading into something darker, something more ominous. "So, it's still here?" Henry nodded slowly. "The curse might be broken for now, but it will find a way to come back. We've only delayed it. We've only scratched the surface of what's buried here." Lisa looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? I thought we ended it." "We severed the connection," Henry explained. "But there's a price to pay. The land itself, the people who've died here, they're tied to it. Their souls are trapped in a loop, tied to the land's curse. Until the land is cleansed, until those souls are free, it will always come back." Daniel's mind raced, his thoughts tumbling over one another as the weight of Henry's words sank in. The thought of those twisted figures, those smiling, lifeless bodies, haunted him. Were they victims, trapped forever in some nightmare that would never end? Was this what had happened to all those who had disappeared? Were they still here, somewhere, caught in the same endless cycle of torment? "Is there a way to free them?" Daniel asked, his voice thick with emotion. Henry hesitated, his eyes dark. "There's always a way, but it's not easy. The curse isn't just an ancient evil. It's a part of the land. It's alive in a way that you can't understand, feeding off the pain, the suffering, the death. It's taken root here for centuries, and unless we rid the land of its stain, there will be no end to it." Caroline stepped forward, her eyes searching Henry's face. "But we can end it, right? There's something we can do." Henry didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at the ground, then back up at them. "We have to find the source. The core of the curse is tied to something older, something far darker than what we just encountered. And it's not just buried under the earth. It's buried in the town's history." Daniel's chest tightened. He'd heard rumors over the years, whispers about the town's founding, dark stories that never quite made sense. But now, it seemed like the pieces were finally coming together. "You think the curse is tied to the town's history?" Daniel asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Henry nodded. "It's tied to the very land Larksville was built on. There was something horrific done long ago, and as long as that history remains, the curse will never fully die." A cold chill ran down Daniel's spine. "What are we talking about here? What happened?" Henry's eyes darkened, and for a moment, Daniel could see a flicker of fear, something he hadn't expected to see in him. Larksville wasn't always what it seems. It was built over the ruins of something much older, something terrible. He paused, his voice barely audible. The town was founded on a blood sacrifice, and that sacrifice was never meant to be forgotten. Daniel stood up slowly, his legs shaking beneath him. He felt as if the ground itself had been ripped from under him. The town, the people, everything he thought he knew, it was all a lie. Caroline's face was pale, her lips trembling as she spoke. A blood sacrifice? But what does that have to do with the curse? Henry closed his eyes for a moment, as if collecting his thoughts. It was the land itself, the soil, the very earth here. It was cursed from the beginning, and as long as the sacrifice remains unacknowledged, unbroken, the darkness will always return. The curse feeds off that blood, and every time it rises, it becomes stronger. Lisa shook her head, her voice filled with disbelief. So we've been living on top of a curse this whole time? Henry looked at her, his expression resigned. Yes, and it's not just the land. It's the people. The ones who've disappeared, the ones who've died. Their souls are still here, trapped in the curse. Their suffering fuels it. Until those souls are freed, until the town is cleansed, this cycle will continue. It will always come back. Daniel swallowed hard, the weight of it all pressing down on him. So what do we do now? Henry looked at the horizon, his eyes distant, as though searching for an answer in the endless night. We have to find the source. We have to uncover the truth about this town, and end the curse once and for all. The weight of his words hung in the air, thick with the promise of more darkness to come. They had destroyed one part of the curse, but now they had to finish what they had started. They couldn't rest. Not yet. The night was thick with an unsettling silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. The town of Larksville, now freed from the curse for a brief moment, felt hollow. The once vibrant streets, where families had lived and children had played, now seemed abandoned, untouched by time. It was as if everything had been swallowed whole by the darkness that had gripped the land for so long. Daniel, Caroline, Lisa, and Henry stood at the edge of the cemetery, looking out at the town that had become their prison and their battleground. The burden of Henry's words weighed heavily on them, each of them struggling to grasp the full depth of what they had just learned. How are we supposed to even begin? Caroline's voice broke the silence, low and filled with uncertainty. How do we find the source of something this ancient? Henry, still standing tall despite his exhaustion, didn't look at her right away. He was lost in thought, his mind racing through the possibilities, the options. He had been part of this curse for longer than any of them realized, and now he was their only hope. But even he wasn't sure where to start. The town's history, it's buried in the oldest records, he said, his voice strained. The library, it's the last place anyone would look. People don't want to remember. They don't want to know what happened. Is that where you think we'll find the answers? Daniel asked, his eyes narrowing in determination. Henry nodded slowly. The land's connection to the curse isn't just a random event. It was planned, a ritual, one that involved the founding families. It was supposed to bind the curse to the earth, to make it grow stronger over time. But something went wrong, and now the curse is incomplete. It's hungry. It's waiting to be finished. Lisa shuddered, her face pale as she looked up at the sky. And we're supposed to stop it by finding some old records in a library. I know it sounds ridiculous, Henry said, but it's the only lead we have. The records hold the key to unlocking the truth about this land. The original settlers, the ones who made the blood sacrifice, they wrote it all down. It's all there. Daniel felt a chill crawl up his spine. A blood sacrifice. It made his stomach turn to think about it, but they had no choice. They had to see this through, no matter how dark the path ahead would become. We can't waste any more time, Daniel said, his voice steady despite the fear creeping into his chest. Let's go to the library. Without another word, they began walking through the graveyard, heading back toward the town. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of life, the only sound being the crunch of leaves under their feet. As they passed the old houses, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, waiting for them to slip up. The curse, though weakened, was still there lurking, and it wasn't about to let them off that easily. The library was at the edge of the town, an imposing structure of stone and iron, its tall windows now dark, its once grand entrance shrouded in shadows. As they approached, the building loomed over them, casting a long, unsettling shadow across the street. It was a place of knowledge, yes, but tonight it felt like something more, a tomb, a crypt, where the secrets of the land were buried deep. "You sure about this?" Lisa asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if the very thought of entering the library felt wrong. I don't know if I can stomach any more of this." "We don't have a choice," Daniel said, his gaze locked on the heavy doors. "We came this far. We need to finish it." Henry stepped forward and pulled open the large wooden door, which creaked loudly, its sound echoing through the stillness of the night. The smell of old paper and dust hit them immediately as they stepped inside, the darkness wrapping around them like a suffocating blanket. The only light came from the dim glow of a lantern Henry had brought, the flickering light casting long shadows across the rows of bookshelves. They made their way through the musty aisles, the floor creaking under their weight as if the building itself was alive, groaning beneath their every step. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of their breath, their footsteps, and the occasional rustle of old paper as they brushed against the shelves. Finally, they reached the back of the library, where the oldest records were kept, buried deep in the bowels of the building. The air was thick with the weight of years gone by, the shelves stacked high with volumes of forgotten history. Dust motes danced in the air, disturbed only by their presence. "Here," Henry said, stopping in front of a shelf that looked older than anything else in the room. His fingers moved quickly, pulling out a large, leather-bound book from the middle of the shelf. It was heavy, its cover cracked and worn, its pages yellowed with age. He opened it with great care, flipping through the pages until he stopped at one in particular. His fingers traced the words, and for a moment he seemed lost in the text. "Is this it?" Daniel asked, stepping forward to see the book for himself. His heart was pounding, but the words on the page seemed to mock him, each one heavier than the last. "It's a journal," Henry said quietly, his voice low as if speaking too loudly would break the fragile connection. "It's from one of the founders of Larksville. He was part of the ritual, the blood sacrifice. This is where it all began." "What does it say?" Caroline asked, her voice tight. Henry's eyes scanned the page, his face growing darker with each line he read. "It talks about the land, the curse, how it was bound to the earth. But it also mentions something else." He paused, his fingers trembling slightly as he turned the page. "There's a name, a place. The core of the curse isn't just the land. It's tied to a specific location." "What location?" Daniel asked urgently. Henry's gaze locked onto the page, his finger tracing the words slowly. "The old chapel. It's on the outskirts of town. That's where the sacrifice took place." Daniel's heart sank. The chapel. Of course. It had been abandoned for years, its walls crumbling, forgotten by everyone. But now it made sense. It was the birthplace of the curse, the epicenter of the evil that had taken root in Larksville. "We have to go there," Daniel said, his voice steady but filled with determination. Henry nodded, closing the book with a heavy thud. "It's our only chance. If we can destroy whatever is left of the ritual, we can finally end this." They turned and made their way back toward the door, the weight of their task settling in. The journey ahead would be the hardest they had faced yet. But they couldn't stop now, not when they were so close. The journey to the chapel was long and tense, each step feeling like a march into the unknown. The streets of Larksville were eerily deserted, the air thick with an oppressive silence that seemed to press down on them from every direction. The houses, once full of life, now stood like hollow shells, their windows dark and lifeless. There was no sound, no hum of distant voices, no creak of doors, no bark of dogs. It was as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. As they walked, the tension between them grew palpable. Caroline walked beside Daniel, her hand clenched tightly at her side, as if bracing herself for whatever they might encounter. Lisa kept glancing over her shoulder, her eyes darting nervously around them. half expecting something to leap from the shadows. Even Henry, the one who had led them this far, seemed on edge. His usually calm demeanor was now marked by a tension that rippled beneath the surface. The chapel lay at the very edge of the town, nestled between the dark trees of a sprawling forest. It had once been a place of worship, a sanctuary for the town's founders and their families. But over the years, it had fallen into ruin, the roof sagging, the walls cracked and crumbling with neglect. No one had dared to enter it for decades, and with good reason. The whispers about the chapel, the rumors of what had been done there, were enough to keep even the bravest away. As they approached, the chapel's silhouette loomed against the night sky, casting a long, twisted shadow across the land. The air around it felt heavier, colder, as if the very ground beneath their feet was soaked with something ancient and dark. The lantern Henry carried flickered, the flame dancing erratically in the breeze. "Are you sure about this?" Lisa asked, her voice trembling. She had stopped walking and was staring up at the chapel with wide eyes. "This place feels wrong. Like it's alive." "It's the curse," Henry replied softly, his face pale in the dim light. "The land knows what happened here. We have to face it head on, no matter how it feels." Caroline's eyes scanned the surroundings nervously. "We need to destroy whatever's left of the ritual," she said, her voice a whisper. "That's what we're here for. We can't let this continue." With no more words, they continued forward, crossing the overgrown path that led to the chapel's decaying entrance. The doors, once grand, now hung loosely on their hinges, creaking with every gust of wind as if protesting their intrusion. Daniel took a deep breath and pushed the doors open. They groaned in protest, revealing the darkness within. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay. The chapel, though old and battered, still held an eerie sense of presence, as if it was waiting for them. Dust floated in the air, disturbed by their entry, and the walls, once adorned with bright stained glass, were now broken and shattered, casting strange shadows across the cracked stone floor. It felt as if time itself had been halted here, suspended in a moment of pain, of torment. At the far end of the chapel, behind the altar, there was an old stone staircase leading down into what appeared to be a hidden crypt. It was in the shadows, almost as though it didn't want to be found. A faint chill emanated from it, making Daniel shiver involuntarily. "Down there," Henry said, his voice low. "That's where it all started." They moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing eerily as they descended into the crypt. The air grew colder as they made their way down the narrow, winding staircase. The walls were lined with ancient carvings, symbols Daniel didn't recognize, etched deeply into the stone. The flickering light of the lantern seemed to only amplify the darkness, throwing long shadows that twisted and shifted unnaturally. At the bottom, the crypt opened into a large, circular chamber, its stone floor slick with moisture. In the center of the room, a strange, ancient altar stood. It was made of black stone, its surface covered in dust and grime, but there was something unsettling about it. It didn't belong here, not in this world. It felt like an anchor, tying everything around it to the darkness. "This is it," Henry whispered, his voice tight with emotion. "This is where the ritual took place. The blood sacrifice. The altar is the core of the curse. If we destroy it, if we sever the connection, we can finally break the cycle." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, his breath shallow as he stepped forward. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread, the kind that crawled under his skin and made his hair stand on end. The room felt alive, watching them, judging them. The very air was thick with the residue of something ancient, something evil. "What do we do?" Caroline asked, her voice trembling. Henry didn't answer right away. He walked to the altar, kneeling beside it, his hands hovering over the black stone. "We must destroy it," he said quietly. "It's the last piece, the heart of everything. The ritual binds the curse to the land through this altar. If we break it, the curse will die." Daniel's eyes flicked to the altar, and for a moment, He could swear he saw something move within the shadows, something watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake. But when he blinked, it was gone, leaving only the oppressive darkness in its place. Henry raised his hands above the altar, his eyes closed in concentration. The air around them seemed to thicken, the pressure building, as if the very walls of the crypt were closing in on them. There was a low hum, a faint vibration beneath their feet, as if the earth itself was responding to Henry's actions. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and the shadows in the room seemed to pulse, growing darker and more intense. The altar crackled, a faint, guttural sound emanating from within it. "No," Henry whispered. "It's fighting back." Before they could react, the ground beneath them shook violently, sending them stumbling. The walls of the crypt cracked, and the shadows surged forward like a tidal wave. The altar seemed to glow with a sickly light, and in the blink of an eye, the room was filled with whispers, voices, chanting in an ancient tongue. The very air seemed to warp around them, becoming thick and suffocating, as if the darkness itself was coming alive. Henry's eyes flew open, panic in his gaze. "It's too late," he shouted. "We have to get out." Before he could finish, a deep, guttural roar filled the room. The altar split in two with a deafening crash, and the shadows seemed to swirl, taking shape, twisting, bending, forming into figures. Figures that were all too familiar. The smiling dead. The figures emerged from the shadows, their twisted forms flickering in and out of the darkness like ghosts trapped between worlds. They were pale and lifeless, their eyes hollow, but what was truly terrifying was their smile, wide, jagged, and unnaturally stretched. It was the same haunting, grotesque grin that had plagued the victims of the curse, the very thing that made their deaths so chilling. And now it was here in full living form. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as he staggered backward, nearly tripping over the uneven ground. The room felt smaller, closing in on him as these things advanced, their smiles growing wider with every step they took. Their presence filled the crypt with a suffocating, unnatural energy. It was as if the room itself had come alive with malice. "Henry!" Caroline screamed, her voice cracking as she backed away from one of the figures that had stepped too close. Its smile twisted even further, stretching impossibly wide, and its eyes glinted with an empty hunger. Henry, now visibly trembling, raised his arms, trying to push back the creeping darkness with whatever power he had left. "Stay back," he shouted, but his voice lacked conviction. The ritual had gone wrong, and the altar had unleashed something far worse than they could have imagined. The curse was now more powerful than ever before, and there was no escaping it. The figures, there had to be dozens of them now, continued to advance. Their smiles were grotesque mockeries of the living, their faces twisted beyond recognition. They didn't walk, they glided. Their feet never touched the ground, moving silently across the crypt like phantoms drifting through the air. Lisa stumbled backward, her breath shallow, a scream caught in her throat. One of the figures reached out, its cold, bony hand brushing against her arm, and in an instant, her body went rigid. Her eyes widened in horror, staring at the creature as its smile seemed to grow even more sinister, stretching unnaturally wide. "Lisa!" Daniel cried, rushing to her side. But before he could reach her, another figure appeared behind him, blocking his path. He could feel its cold, dead presence, its hollow gaze boring into him. He could almost hear its smile, as if it were a sound, scraping against his mind like nails on a chalkboard. "You can't escape," the figure whispered in a voice that sounded like 1,000 voices layered over each other, all whispering in unison. Its voice was thick, distorted, its words dripping with malice. "You are ours now." Caroline turned and grabbed Daniel's arm, pulling him away from the encroaching figure. But they were surrounded, each of them cornered by these smiling horrors, their grins growing wider and more menacing with every passing moment. Henry, despite his fear, held his ground, his hands trembling but still raised in an attempt to ward off the creatures. The air was thick with the stench of death, of decay, and the longer they stood in the crypt, the more oppressive it felt. "No, this can't be happening," Henry shouted, his voice cracking as he fought against the dark force pressing in on them. "This wasn't supposed to happen. We have to stop them before they complete it." Daniel's mind raced. There had to be something they could do. They couldn't let these creatures, the smiling dead, take them too. They couldn't let the curse win. "Henry," Daniel yelled, "we need to break the altar. You said it was the key. Destroy it. We have to destroy it before." Before he could finish, the ground shook again, and the crypt seemed to moan as if in agony. The altar, split in two, began to shift, its broken pieces glowing with an unholy light. It was calling to the dead, bringing them closer. The figures drew nearer, their smiles stretching so far that it seemed they might split open their faces entirely. Their dead eyes burned with hunger, and their voices whispered in a cacophony of dread. "Do you hear us?" one of the figures asked, its voice low and chilling. "Do you feel the smile? The curse cannot be undone. We are the last, the eternal. The smile is forever." Caroline shook her head, her eyes wild with fear. "We won't let it." But she was interrupted by a horrible screech that filled the air, a sound so piercing that it made Daniel's bones ache. The creatures seemed to merge into one mass of grinning, twisting faces, their forms blending together like a nightmare made flesh. Henry's voice cut through the chaos. The blood will end it." He reached into his coat, pulling out a small vial filled with dark liquid. It was blood, the blood of the founders, the ones who had created this curse all those years ago. It was the final piece. The blood was the key to breaking the ritual. "Get back!" Henry shouted as he raised the vial high, pouring the blood onto the altar. The dark liquid seeped into the cracks of the stone, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The whispers stopped. The shadows quivered. Then, the ground erupted with an explosion of dark energy. The smiling figures screamed, their faces contorting in pain, as the crypt seemed to warp and twist. The altar cracked further, pieces of it breaking apart as the blood began to burn through the very stone. "We need to go. Now," Daniel shouted. But before they could turn to flee, one of the figures lunged forward, its hand reaching out to grab Daniel by the wrist. Its smile was impossibly wide, and its breath was cold, foul, like death itself. Daniel struggled, his heart racing, but the figure's grip tightened, pulling him closer. "I will never stop smiling," it hissed, its voice low and guttural. With one final, desperate effort, Daniel yanked himself free, stumbling backward. The figure screeched, its hollow eyes filled with rage, but before it could move again, the altar exploded in a blinding flash of light. The ground trembled violently beneath them, and the crypt seemed to collapse in on itself. The figures, the smiling dead, disintegrated into dust, their bodies crumbling into nothingness as the curse unraveled, piece by piece. The room was filled with a final, deafening roar, as if the earth itself had been torn apart. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the darkness faded. The oppressive atmosphere lifted. The crypt was still. The silence that followed was almost worse than the chaos. The smiling dead were gone, reduced to nothing but dust and ash. The curse had been broken, but Daniel, Caroline, Lisa, and Henry knew that the cost had been high. The town was still haunted by the remnants of what had happened, the bloodshed, the twisted smile that would never be erased from their memories. And as they stumbled out of the crypt, gasping for air, they knew that the darkness, though defeated, would always be a part of them. The smile would never fade. The silence outside the crypt was thick and unnerving. The air, which had been so suffocating in the chapel, now felt heavy with the weight of their escape. The town of Larksville, still cloaked in its unsettling quiet, seemed almost too still. The oppressive darkness that had clung to the crypt now seemed to follow them, a lingering presence that refused to let go. Daniel's breath came in ragged gasps as he looked around, his eyes scanning the desolate town. There were no signs of the smiling dead, no more whispers or glimmering shadows. But the fear that had gnawed at him since the beginning, since the moment they first saw those horrific smiles, had not dissipated. It lingered in the pit of his stomach, a gnawing unease that wouldn't go away. We did it," Caroline whispered, her voice distant, as if she were still caught in the grip of what had just happened. She took a shaky step forward, her eyes still wide with shock. "We broke the curse, but at what cost?" Henry muttered under his breath. His face was pale, his hands trembling as he clutched the now empty vial of blood. The color had drained from his cheeks, and his eyes were hollow, as though the events of the crypt had taken more from him than just his strength. What did we truly destroy? And what's left of this place? Lisa remained silent, her expression unreadable. Her hands were clasped tightly at her sides, as though she were holding herself together with sheer willpower. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, as if afraid to look up and confront whatever remained in the shadows. "We're alive," Daniel said quietly, but his words lacked conviction. His mind was still reeling from what they had witnessed in that cursed chapel. "But we won. We stopped it. We have to believe that. Do you think it's over?" Caroline asked, her voice trembling with doubt. "The town, the people who disappeared, the ones who are still out there. What if they come back? What if there are more? What if—" "Don't," Daniel interrupted. "We've been through enough. It's over. We ended it." But deep down, Daniel knew that the smile, the haunting, twisted smile, had not truly been vanquished. He could still see it, imprinted on the backs of his eyelids, etched into his memory like a scar that would never fade. The shadows of Larksville, while still, felt wrong. The land was cursed, yes, but the curse was not gone. It had only been pushed back, buried in the dark recesses of the town, where it could wait patiently for the next opportunity to rise. They made their way down the path that led out of the chapel, the ground beneath their feet soft and uneven. The trees surrounding them swayed in the wind, their branches creaking and groaning as if the forest itself were mourning. The town, now almost unrecognizable from the horror they had just endured, seemed to hold its breath, as if it were waiting for something to happen. And then, as they neared the edge of the forest, something caught Daniel's eye, a movement in the distance. At first, it was just a flicker, a blur in the corner of his vision. But then it grew clearer. A figure, standing by the edge of the town, its back turned to them. The shape was tall, its posture hunched, as though it were waiting for them to approach. "Who's that?" Caroline asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes wide with sudden dread. Daniel's heart skipped a beat. "I don't know," he said, his voice tight. "But we need to stay away." They all stopped in their tracks, watching the figure. It didn't move, just stood there, unmoving, as if it were waiting for them. The town around them seemed to grow colder, and the trees rustled with an unsettling urgency. "Is it one of them?" Lisa asked, her voice shaky. "Is it one of the smiling dead?" "I don't think so," Henry replied, his eyes narrowing. He stepped forward, his gaze locked on the figure. "But it feels wrong." The figure didn't turn, didn't acknowledge them. But Daniel could feel it, an unnatural presence, an awareness that stretched beyond the figure itself, beyond what they could see. It was like the town, the land, was watching them. "We have to go," Caroline urged, her voice strained. She reached out and grabbed Daniel's arm, pulling him back. "We've done enough. Let's get out of here." "We can't." Before she could finish, the figure suddenly moved, its head turning slowly, impossibly slowly, to face them. And when it did, Daniel felt his blood run cold. The face was familiar. It was the same face as the others. The same hollow eyes, the same wide, unnaturally stretched smile. But this time, it wasn't a decaying corpse. This time it was fresh, alive. The figure took a step forward, its grin widening with each movement. And as it drew closer, Daniel's mind began to unravel. The face, though alive, carried the same unmistakable signs. The twisted smile, the eyes, no longer hollow but filled with an emptiness so deep it made him want to scream. We couldn't stop it, Henry whispered, his voice breaking as the figure slowly advanced. The curse, it's still here. It's inside all of us. Caroline recoiled, her hand over her mouth in a gesture of disbelief. No, it can't be. We broke it. We did everything. But the figure kept coming, its steps slow and deliberate, its smile stretching wider, farther than it should have been possible. Daniel turned and ran, grabbing Caroline's arm and pulling her along with him. The others followed, the sound of their footsteps drowned by the rapid pounding of their hearts. But behind them, the figure kept walking, its smile never fading, its eyes never blinking. And no matter how fast they ran, no matter how far they went, Daniel knew deep in his bones, that the smile would follow them. It was inevitable. The curse wasn't over. It was just beginning. The town of Larksville stretched out before them, a ghostly silhouette against the pale sky. The buildings loomed like forgotten memories, crumbling and decayed, their windows dark and lifeless. Daniel's breath came in short, desperate gasps as he pulled Caroline along, his grip tight, dragging her through the dirt path that led toward the edge of town. Behind them, the figure moved, slow but relentless, its smile growing wider, its eyes never leaving them. The more they ran, the more Daniel could feel the air growing heavier. The town, the very ground beneath their feet, seemed to pulse with the same sinister energy that had filled the crypt. The curse, they realized too late, had not been broken. It had only been pushed into the shadows, waiting for its time to rise again. "Don't look back," Daniel hissed, his voice strained. "Just keep running. We can't stop. We can't." Caroline, her face pale and drenched in sweat, nodded, her fear palpable in every step she took. Her feet seemed to barely touch the ground, as though she were willing herself to move faster, away from whatever nightmare had followed them. Behind them, the sound of footsteps echoed, too quiet to be the wind, too slow to be anyone else. But they could feel it, feel the presence closing in. Daniel's heart hammered in his chest, each beat louder than the last. He didn't dare look back. He couldn't afford to. If he did, he knew the smile would be there, staring back at him, stretching wider, coming closer. The group ran, adrenaline pushing them past their limits, the town stretching out endlessly ahead of them. The streets twisted and turned in a disorienting maze. No matter which direction they took, they were always heading toward the same place, away from the crypt, away from the figure, but never truly free. "We need to get out of here." Lisa's voice cracked with panic. Her eyes darted around, desperate for any sign of safety, but there was nothing. No cars, no people, no signs of life. The town was completely dead. "We're not safe anywhere," Henry murmured, his voice distant, his face pale. He looked like he'd aged years in the span of moments. "This isn't just the town, it's the land. The curse is tied to it. If we leave, if we run, it'll follow us. It's never going to stop." Daniel's thoughts raced, his mind clouded with fear. Henry was right. It didn't matter where they went. They could run to the ends of the earth, but the smile would follow them. The curse was no longer bound to the crypt. It had taken root in the land, in the town itself, and it wouldn't stop until it had claimed them all. "There has to be something," Daniel gasped, trying to catch his breath. "There has to be a way to stop it." "Stop it?" Caroline spat, her voice bitter. "We can't stop it. We're already too far gone. It's here, Daniel. It's inside us. It's in everything. The smile. The twisted, unrelenting smile. It was in the air. It was in the ground beneath their feet. It was in the shadows that stretched along the walls. They couldn't escape it. It was part of the town. It was part of them now. The figure behind them kept coming, its pace unhurried, as if it knew there was no need to rush. It had all the time in the world. The smile didn't fade, not once, not even as the town seemed to blur around them. It stayed locked in place, growing ever wider. Daniel's mind spun, desperate for answers. What had they missed? What had they done wrong? Suddenly, Henry stopped, his body rigid, his eyes wide with realization. He turned to face them, his voice low, almost a whisper. "The blood," he said, his voice hoarse. "It wasn't enough. The blood from the founders, it wasn't enough. The ritual didn't complete. The altar, the curse, it's still unfinished. We only stopped it temporarily." "What?" Caroline gasped. "What do you mean, unfinished?" "We didn't finish the ritual," Henry said, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. "We broke the altar, we spilled the blood, but we didn't destroy the source. We didn't stop the curse at its core. It's tied to the land. The only way to stop it is to end it at the source. And that means we need to destroy the town." "Destroy the town?" Daniel repeated, his voice shaking with disbelief. "You can't be serious." "There's no other way," Henry said, his voice steady but filled with dread. "The curse is bound to the land itself, to the very ground we're standing on. The only way to end it is to destroy everything." They all stood in stunned silence. Destroy the town? It seemed impossible, unimaginable. How could they do that? How could they erase the very thing they had fought so hard to protect? "We can't let it win," Lisa whispered, her voice barely audible. "We can't let it keep spreading." Daniel felt the weight of her words settle on him. It was true. The curse, the smiling dead, the darkness, it would keep coming. It would keep following them until there was nothing left of the town, nothing left of them. "We have no choice," Daniel said quietly, looking at each of them in turn. "We either destroy it, or it destroys us." Caroline looked at him with a mix of disbelief and terror. "How do we destroy it? How can we even begin?" "I don't know," Daniel admitted. "But we need to try. We need to get to the heart of it." The wind picked up, a cold chill running through the town as the figure approached. It was closer now, too close. The smile on its face seemed to be growing, the edges of its lips curling with malicious glee. "We need to find the center," Henry said, his voice trembling but determined. "The place where it all started. The ground beneath us, the heart of the curse. If we can find it, we can end it." And so, with no other choice, they turned back toward the center of town, knowing that whatever lay ahead would be their final battle. The smile was closing in on them, its grip tightening with every step they took. There was no turning back. The town of Larksville seemed to close in around them, as though the streets themselves were shifting, folding in on themselves like a trap. The wind, once calm, howled now, sending a chill through their bones. Every step they took felt like it brought them deeper into the belly of the curse, a curse that had burrowed itself into the land and into their souls. "There's no time," Daniel muttered, his voice strained as he pushed forward, trying to ignore the dread that clawed at his chest. "We have to move faster." Caroline, though terrified, kept pace beside him, her breath ragged, her eyes darting to the shadows, where they knew the smiling dead were waiting. Henry and Lisa followed closely behind, their faces pale, eyes haunted by the things they had seen. The figure, the one that had been following them since the crypt, was still out there somewhere. They could feel its presence like an invisible weight pushing down on them, keeping them trapped in the cursed town. It had not slowed down. Its smile had not faltered. It was getting closer. "I'm not sure how much longer we can do this," Caroline said, her voice barely a whisper. "It's too much. It's everywhere. We have to," Daniel said, more to himself than to anyone else. He felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. If we don't find the source and destroy it, the town is lost. We are all lost. The buildings around them seemed to shift, as if they were no longer just structures made of wood and stone. The faces of the windows reflected their own fear, their own torment. The streets twisted unnaturally, as though they were being reshaped by some unseen force, guiding them toward the heart of the curse. "We're getting closer," Henry said suddenly, his voice filled with a strange urgency. He was staring at the ground ahead, his eyes locked on something in the distance. "It's there. I can feel it." At first, Daniel didn't see anything. The street ahead seemed to fade into a blur of shadows and fog, the buildings looming like dark sentinels, watching. But then in the distance he saw it, a large, crumbling building, its structure barely intact. It looked like an old church, its steeple broken and hanging at an odd angle, but it wasn't the building that drew his attention. It was the ground beneath it. The earth itself seemed to ripple, as if alive, and from the center of the church, a strange, dark energy radiated outward, thick and oppressive. "That's it," Henry said, his voice low and filled with awe. "That's where it all began." They hurried forward, each step heavier than the last. The ground felt wrong beneath their feet, soft, almost spongy, as if the earth itself were rotting. Daniel could feel the weight of the curse growing stronger with every step they took. The wind grew colder, and the smile, that ever-present smile, seemed to fill the air around them. "We can't stop," Lisa muttered, her voice trembling. "We have to end this now." They reached the church, or what was left of it, its broken doors creaking as they pushed them open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the stench of decay. In the center of the church, the altar was destroyed, its remnants scattered across the floor. But it wasn't the altar that drew their attention. It was the ground beneath it, black, twisted roots emerging from the earth, weaving in and out like veins, pulsing with a sinister energy. "It's here," Daniel said, his voice tight with fear. "This is where it started." Henry stepped forward, his eyes wide, his hands trembling as he knelt by the twisted roots. This is the source. The curse is tied to the land, to this place. If we destroy it, we destroy the curse. "But how?" Caroline asked, fear creeping into her voice. "How do we destroy it?" This thing, it's alive." Henry swallowed hard, his mind racing. "We have to sever its connection. We need to break the link between the curse and the land." "But the blood," Lisa said suddenly, her voice shaky. "We used the blood of the founders. Isn't that supposed to be the key?" "It's not enough," Henry replied, his voice grim. "The blood was just a part of it. We need to sever the roots. The curse is alive in the land itself. If we destroy these roots, we destroy the curse." "Destroy the roots?" Daniel repeated. "How do we do that?" Henry looked around, his eyes frantic. "We need fire. Fire will destroy the roots. We need to burn them." "Fire?" Caroline asked, her eyes wide. "Where are we going to find fire?" Suddenly Daniel saw it, an old, rusted lantern on the floor near the altar. It was half buried in debris, but it was still intact. He rushed forward, grabbing the lantern and pulling it free from the rubble. The glass was cracked, but the wick was still there, soaked in oil. "I have it," Daniel said, his voice tense. "Now we just need something to light it." "We're wasting time," Henry said urgently. "The longer we wait, the stronger the curse becomes." Daniel nodded, his mind racing. He grabbed a broken piece of wood from the altar and used it to light the wick. The flame flickered to life, casting long shadows across the church. "Now," Daniel said, his voice firm, though his heart was pounding. "We burn the roots." They approached the center of the church, the dark energy swirling around them, pressing in on all sides. The roots were pulsing, writhing like snakes, and the air smelled thick with decay and rot. "Do it," Henry urged, his voice raw. "Now." With trembling hands, Daniel held the lantern over the roots, the flame casting an eerie glow on the dark earth. The roots crackled as the oil from the lantern dripped down, and with a sudden violent flare, the fire spread, igniting the roots. For a moment, nothing happened. The fire burned slowly, creeping through the twisted veins of the land. But then, the ground began to tremble. The church seemed to groan as the fire spread, faster now, eating through the earth, devouring the roots. The air grew thick, the energy in the church pulsing with the heat of the flames. And then, a sound, a low, guttural scream that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Daniel stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest as the fire consumed the roots. The ground shook violently, the walls of the church cracking and groaning under the strain. The smile. It was everywhere, filling the air around them, distorting the shadows, warping the walls. The curse was fighting back, but this time the fire was stronger. The roots began to shrivel, blackening and disintegrating as the flames spread. The dark energy that had once pulsed through the town began to waver, flickering, dissipating. But even as the fire raged, Daniel knew that the curse wasn't gone. Not yet. There was still one last piece to destroy. "Keep going," Henry shouted, his voice hoarse. "It's not over yet." The fire roared, consuming the twisted roots, but it wasn't enough. The energy in the church pulsed like a living thing, a heartbeat that refused to die. The walls shook violently, and the floor beneath them began to crack, as if the very foundation of the land was fighting to hold on. "We have to hurry," Caroline cried, her voice trembling with fear. "It's not stopping. It's getting worse." Daniel's mind raced, but his body was moving on instinct now. The flames had begun to spread more quickly, but there was something else, something in the air that was wrong, heavier than before. It was as if the very smoke from the fire had become thick with the presence of something malignant, suffocating. They couldn't escape it, not yet. Not until the source was destroyed. The church groaned again, and the floor beneath them buckled. Daniel felt the earth tremble beneath his feet, as though something huge was shifting below, something ancient and powerful. It was the curse. The land itself was fighting back. "Look!" Lisa shouted, pointing to the altar. "There's something at the back." Daniel's eyes followed her finger. At the far end of the ruined altar, amidst the growing flames and the shifting ground, something was emerging. Dark tendrils, writhing and twisting, grew from the floor, moving like snakes, creeping toward them with a force that made the air itself feel alive. Henry stepped forward, his expression grim. "It's the heart of the curse," he said, his voice thick with realization. "It's trying to rise. We have to stop it now, before it fully awakens." The tendrils grew longer, thicker, and more menacing with each passing second. The flames from the lanterns were doing nothing to stop them. Daniel could feel the malevolent energy building in the air around them, choking the life out of the room. "We need more fire," Henry said urgently, his face pale with fear. "We have to burn it all, every last trace of the curse. If we don't, it will keep coming." "But how?" Caroline shouted, her voice cracking with panic. "How can we?" The sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway. Daniel froze. He could hear them, footsteps, slow and deliberate, drawing nearer. And then he saw it, the figure, the one that had been following them from the beginning. It stood in the doorway, its face a grotesque mask of terror and joy, that smile twisted into something far more sinister now. Its eyes burned with a malevolent fire, and it stepped forward into the church with a sickening slowness. "No," Daniel whispered, his heart sinking. "Not now. Not now." The figure's smile grew wider, the same smile that had haunted them through every step of this nightmare. It was growing, stretching, splitting the skin of the creature's face. "It's here," Henry said, his voice barely a whisper. "It's the curse made flesh. The smile. It's the embodiment of everything that's been happening." The figure took another step, and then another, its movements slow and deliberate, each one seeming to fill the room with an oppressive dread. It wasn't just following them anymore. It was part of the curse, and now it had arrived. "No!" Caroline screamed, taking a step backward. "We can't let it take us." The figure tilted its head, its smile stretching impossibly wide, so wide that Daniel could hear the sound of bones cracking beneath the skin. The air around them felt thick, suffocating, as if the very presence of the figure was warping the space itself. The ground rumbled again. The roots, still burning but not completely destroyed, were writhing like a living thing. They had not fully withered, and the curse was feeding on the fear, growing stronger, faster. The figure in the doorway stepped forward once again, its grin now stretching from ear to ear, its eyes glistening with the promise of death. "Destroy it!" Daniel shouted, his voice filled with desperation. We have to destroy it now. Caroline turned, her eyes frantic, and then, like a surge of adrenaline, she grabbed a nearby piece of debris, another broken piece of the altar, and thrust it into the fire, letting the flames catch. She approached the heart of the curse, where the tendrils were still growing, their blackness staining the earth beneath them. The figure's eyes followed her, its grin never faltering. It was watching them, waiting, savoring the fear. Daniel could feel it too, the oppressive presence, like the figure was the embodiment of every nightmare they had ever had. "Don't stop," Daniel shouted, his voice filled with panic. "Keep moving." Caroline, her face grim, threw the burning piece of wood at the heart of the curse. It landed with a sickening thud, setting the roots ablaze. The flames seemed to howl in response, devouring the dark tendrils, but it wasn't enough. The figure's smile only grew wider, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. And then it spoke, its voice an echo distorted, like 1,000 whispers all crammed into one. "You cannot stop it," the figure said, its voice dripping with malice. "You are mine." It stepped forward, its grin widening impossibly, and the room grew colder. The air itself seemed to freeze, and Daniel felt a chill like death itself wrap around him. We can't let it win," Caroline whispered, her voice filled with terror. Henry, his face twisted in a mixture of determination and dread, grabbed a shard of broken glass from the floor and approached the heart of the curse. He hurled the glass into the writhing mass of tendrils. The glass shattered, but it was enough to ignite the last of the roots. The fire spread quickly now, consuming everything in its path, but the figure didn't stop. It kept advancing, its smile growing wider still. Daniel reached out to stop it, but as he did, the air grew thick with energy, and the ground beneath them trembled violently. The earth seemed to be rebelling against the destruction, fighting to keep the curse alive. The figure stopped in front of them, its face now so close Daniel could feel its breath, cold as death, on his skin. "You can't escape me," it said softly, its voice low and mocking. "You've already lost." The figure loomed over them, its smile stretching ever wider, its presence suffocating. It seemed to absorb the very light around it, turning the room darker, colder, as if the shadows themselves were bowing to it. The fire from the roots crackled in the distance, but it felt distant, as though the flames were fighting against an unseen force, struggling to overcome the curse that had been allowed to take root in the town. Daniel's pulse raced as he took a step forward. His hands shook, not just from fear, but from the overwhelming sense of helplessness that gnawed at him. Everything they had done, everything they had fought for, seemed to be slipping away. The smile on the figure's face was not just of malice, it was of victory. It knew something they didn't. It knew that, despite all their efforts, the curse was still alive, still growing. We can't give up," Daniel whispered through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse with the weight of despair. "There has to be something." Henry was shaking, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps. It's feeding off us. Our fear, our despair. That's what it wants." Caroline turned to Henry, her face pale and strained. "But how do we stop it? How do we fight something that's alive in the land itself? Something that feeds off of us?" The figure's grin flickered slightly, almost as if it were amused by their questions. It tilted its head, its eyes narrowing, as though it were waiting for the inevitable. The moment they would break, the moment the curse would consume them. "You think you can destroy me?" the figure crooned. Its voice seemed to reverberate in their bones. "I am the curse. I am the death that has claimed this place. You can fight all you want, but in the end, you will smile just like the others. Your pain will become my joy." The air seemed to grow thicker, the shadows longer, and the ground beneath them shuddered again. The town, this cursed town, was rejecting their attempt to end it, fighting back with everything it had. Henry dropped to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. "It's in the blood," he gasped, as though struck by a sudden realization. The curse, it was passed down through the blood of the founders, the original settlers. It's the bloodline that keeps it alive. If we don't sever it completely, it will never die. Lisa's face twisted in confusion. But how do we sever it? We can't go back in time and undo what's already been done. The curse is too deep. Daniel clenched his fists, determination igniting in his chest. He didn't know how, but there had to be a way. He wasn't going to let this thing take them. Not after everything they had gone through. Not after watching the town fall to pieces around them. There had to be a way to destroy it once and for all. Maybe we're thinking about it wrong, Daniel said, his voice hoarse but filled with conviction. It's not just the bloodline we need to sever, it's the source, the origin of the curse. If we can find that, if we can destroy that, we can stop everything. The roots, they're just a symptom. The real curse is something older, something more powerful. The figure took a slow step forward, its cold, unblinking eyes locked onto Daniel. Its smile didn't fade, but there was something in its expression now, a shift in the air, a feeling that it was toying with them. It knew something they didn't. "You're getting closer," the figure said softly, almost kindly, as if it were proud of them for figuring it out. "But you're too late. The curse is already inside you. It's already taken root in your soul. You can't escape it now." The walls of the church cracked and groaned as though protesting the figure's words. But Daniel felt a cold fire building inside him, a rage that had been brewing since the first day they had discovered the horrors of Larksville. He wasn't going to let it win. Not like this. He grabbed Henry by the arm and pulled him toward the altar. "Think. The founders, they were part of something bigger, weren't they? A ritual, something that tied them to the land. We need to find what they did. We need to undo it." Henry's eyes widened, realization dawning. Of course, the ritual, they didn't just settle here. They made a pact. They bound themselves to the land. That's why the curse never left. Caroline's voice was shaky, but filled with urgency. "How do we break it? How do we undo a pact that's been centuries old?" "We have to destroy the heart of the ritual," Henry said, his voice trembling with the gravity of his words. "The object they used to bind themselves, the relic." The air in the church felt suffocating as the figure's smile deepened. It knew what they were planning. It knew that they were trying to understand its power, trying to break its hold. And it was not going to let them succeed. "You won't find it," the figure hissed. Its voice was a low growl now. "You're wasting your time. It's already too late." The room seemed to shrink around them, the walls closing in. The flames from the roots flickered erratically, the heat becoming unbearable, almost as though the fire itself was starting to turn on them. The cursed figure grinned wider, its face stretching to impossible proportions, as if mocking their every move. "Where is it?" Caroline demanded, her voice filled with a sudden surge of strength. "Where is the relic?" For a moment, the figure didn't answer, simply standing there, its eyes locked on them, still smiling. And then, as if amused by their persistence, it spoke again, its voice sharp like broken glass. "Downstairs," it whispered. "In the crypt." Without another word, it stepped back into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The room grew colder, the air thick with tension. The ground beneath their feet continued to tremble, as though the earth itself was struggling against the curse that had taken root in the town. "Let's go," Daniel said, his voice steady despite the rising dread. "We have no choice." They rushed toward the door, their hearts pounding, their breaths short. The figure may have disappeared, but they knew it was still watching, waiting for their next move. The crypt, that was their only hope. And as they descended into the darkness, they could feel the curse closing in, its tendrils wrapping tighter around their necks. The stairs creaked beneath their feet as they descended into the crypt, the air growing colder with each step they took. The thick, oppressive atmosphere seemed to cling to their skin, making it harder to breathe. The flickering light from their torches barely pushed back the darkness, and the shadows stretched like long, clawing fingers, waiting to drag them into the void. Daniel's heart was racing, the beat echoing in his ears. He had no idea what they were walking into, but he knew that they had to find the relic. It was the only way to end this. The only way to stop the curse that had torn their lives apart. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, the air became so heavy it felt like a weight pressing on their chests. The crypt stretched out before them, a vast underground chamber filled with rows of old, dust-covered tombs. The walls were lined with intricate carvings, symbols of a time long past, a time when the town had been founded. The air here was thick with the scent of decay and age, a smell that made their stomachs turn. "Stay close," Daniel whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of their footsteps. The others nodded, their faces pale in the dim light, their eyes scanning the crypt as though expecting something to jump out at them at any moment. "Where do we start?" Lisa asked, her voice shaky but determined. "How do we find it in this place?" Henry scanned the room, his eyes narrowing. "It has to be somewhere central, somewhere important. The ritual wouldn't have been done randomly. It would have been placed in the heart of the town's history, the heart of the curse." Caroline stepped forward, her hand trembling as she held her lantern up to the walls. "Look at these carvings," she said, pointing to the symbols. "They're like a map of the town, and there's something familiar about them." Daniel stepped closer, trying to make sense of the strange markings. They looked like ancient symbols, each one twisted and distorted, as though they had been written in a hurry. His eyes scanned them, but nothing made sense. It was like the language was just out of his reach, a puzzle that refused to be solved. "Wait," Henry muttered, his voice barely a whisper. I think I know where it is." Without another word, Henry started walking, his steps slow and measured as he moved toward a large stone pillar in the center of the crypt. It was old, covered in dust and cobwebs, but there was something about it that seemed to pull him toward it. "I've seen these markings before," Henry continued, his voice strained. "This is the symbol for the heart of the land. The relic is buried here. Beneath this pillar." Daniel's stomach twisted with a mixture of fear and hope. They had found it, but they weren't alone. A noise echoed from behind them, soft at first, but growing louder. The sound of footsteps, uneven, dragging. Daniel spun around, his heart leaping into his throat. It was the figure, the one with the twisted smile. It had followed them into the crypt. "No," Daniel whispered, backing away. "We're not done yet. We need to finish this." The figure's grin widened, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It stepped forward, its presence like an overwhelming weight pressing against them. "You can't escape me," it crooned, its voice low and mocking. "The curse is eternal. No matter how hard you fight, it will always come back. You are mine." Daniel's blood ran cold as the figure advanced, its body contorting as it moved. It was no longer just a person, it was something else, something far worse. Its form seemed to blur at the edges, as though it were made of shadows, its smile stretching impossibly wide, taking up more of its face with each passing second. "Get back!" Daniel shouted, his voice hoarse, desperate. The others took a step back, but they were running out of room. The crypt was closing in around them, the walls pressing tighter as the figure advanced, its grin growing ever more terrifying. Caroline gripped her lantern tighter, her knuckles white. "We need to finish this. Now." Henry, still standing by the pillar, closed his eyes, his fingers tracing the symbols etched into the stone. "We have to complete the ritual. We have to sever the tie between the curse and the land." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as he looked around. The figure was almost upon them now, and the air was thick with its malevolent energy. He felt it in his bones, the presence that was suffocating them, pressing them toward a fate they couldn't escape. "We can't just do it," Daniel shouted, his voice shaking. "We need to know how to finish it." Henry's eyes snapped open, and he looked at Daniel, his expression grim. "There's a key. The relic isn't just an object, it's tied to the bloodline, to the town's founders. We need to offer a sacrifice, a piece of ourselves. Only then can the curse be broken." The figure laughed, its voice high-pitched and insane. "A sacrifice? How amusing. You truly believe that you can break the curse with such a simple act? Daniel felt the ground shake again, but this time it wasn't just the tremors of the land. It was something more. Something dark and powerful. The crypt itself seemed to be alive, reacting to the figure's presence, pushing them toward a fate they couldn't outrun. "No more talking," Daniel shouted. He didn't know what else to do. "Do it, Henry. Now." Henry nodded, his face resolute. He turned back to the pillar, his hand moving to the center, where a large, jagged stone was embedded in the stonework. It was an object, no, a key. It was the key to ending everything. As Henry began to pry the stone free, the figure shrieked, its form writhing, as if it was being pulled apart by the very act. The shriek was deafening, and the walls of the crypt cracked, the air filled with the sound of something ancient and angry awakening. "You cannot undo what has been done," the figure howled, its voice distorting with fury. "You are nothing against the curse." The stone came loose, and Henry held it high. "This is it," he shouted. "The key!" Without waiting for another moment, Henry thrust the stone into the earth beneath the pillar. A pulse of energy exploded through the room, and everything went black. The pulse of energy hit with a force that knocked them all off their feet. The ground beneath them buckled and cracked, sending sharp fragments of stone flying through the air like jagged shards of glass. The air itself seemed to scream, vibrating with an intensity that rattled their bones. For a moment, everything was chaos, darkness, noise, and a feeling of utter weightlessness, as though they were falling into an abyss. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the energy stopped. The crypt was silent. Too silent. Daniel gasped for air, his lungs aching as if he had been underwater for too long. His head spun, his vision blurred, but he forced himself to push through it. He slowly sat up, shaking his head to clear the fog. Around him, the others were doing the same, their faces ashen, their eyes wide with disbelief. What happened?" Caroline whispered, her voice weak and tremulous. Daniel didn't know how to answer. The silence in the crypt was suffocating, unnatural. It was as if the very essence of the place had changed, morphed into something foreign. The air was heavier now, charged with a strange, unsettling stillness. It was as though the world itself was holding its breath. Henry was the first to stand, his face pale and grim. He looked down at the stone he had placed in the ground. It was glowing faintly, its surface pulsing as though it were alive. The symbols on it had changed. They no longer appeared to be written in any language he recognized. They were shifting, morphing in real time, like something sentient. "Did we do it?" Lisa asked, her voice trembling with hope but laced with fear. "Is it over?" Daniel stood slowly, his legs unsteady, but the sight of the relic glowing in the earth filled him with dread. There was something wrong. It didn't feel like victory. It didn't feel like release. I don't know," Daniel said, his voice thick with suspicion. The air grew colder, and the soft echo of the figure's laughter returned. It was faint at first, like a whisper in the wind, but it quickly grew louder. The sound twisted, as if the figure was circling them from the shadows, taunting them with its malevolent presence. "You think you've won?" the voice echoed, deep and distorted. "You think you can sever the bond that has held this land for centuries?" The figure materialized in the center of the crypt again, but this time it was different. Its smile was gone, replaced by a twisted, skeletal grin that stretched far beyond what was humanly possible. Its eyes gleamed with a dark, hollow light, as if the very essence of death had taken residence within them. The shadows around it pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, swirling like dark clouds around its body. The crypt shook again, but this time it wasn't just the ground. It was the very walls of the room, the stones groaning as if they were being crushed under some immense pressure. The very air felt heavy, thick with malevolent force. "You haven't broken anything," the figure hissed, its voice vibrating with fury. "You've only made it stronger. You've awakened me." Daniel's stomach twisted. "What do you mean?" We destroyed the relic." We followed the ritual. It's supposed to end now. The figure's smile returned, but it was no longer the friendly grin it had once worn. It was a grotesque, mocking expression, its teeth jagged and sharp. "You fool," it whispered. "The relic was never meant to be destroyed. It was never meant to be used. You have made a fatal mistake. You have sealed your own doom." Caroline's face went pale as she stumbled back. "What do you mean?" "We followed the ritual to the letter. We stopped the curse." "You haven't stopped anything," the figure crooned. "You've only caused it to evolve. You've disturbed the cycle. The curse isn't a curse, it's a cycle. It can't be stopped. It can only be made stronger." The air felt even heavier now, pressing down on them with an oppressive force. It was suffocating. The walls of the crypt cracked, and the floor beneath them began to shift as if the entire structure was coming alive, twisting and warping. Daniel's heart raced in his chest. "What do we do now? What do we do to stop it?" The figure tilted its head, its smile widening even further. It was no longer human. It was something far worse, something far darker. It was as if it had become a reflection of the very evil that had been festering within the town for centuries. "You can't escape it," the figure hissed. "You're already part of it. You can feel it, can't you?" The smile. "It's inside you." Daniel froze. He reached a trembling hand to his face, his skin crawling with the sensation of something foreign, something he couldn't explain. The figure wasn't just talking about the curse. It was talking about something else, something far more sinister. His fingers brushed against his lips, and he gasped as he felt it, a cold, wide stretch that wasn't there before. His smile, it was growing. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." The others looked at him in horror as they realized the same thing was happening to them. Their smiles, once natural, were beginning to stretch wider, pulling their faces into a grotesque, unnatural grin. "Now you see," the figure said, its voice dark and triumphant. "The curse never ends. It's not about death. It's about the smile, the endless smile, the eternal reminder of your failure." Daniel staggered backward, his heart pounding in his chest. "No, we can't." Henry's voice trembled as he spoke, his eyes wide with panic. "It's not over. It's just begun." The figure stepped forward, its laughter rising, filling the crypt with its terrible sound. "You will smile forever, just like all those before you. The town is mine, and so are you." The crypt seemed to close in on them, the walls squeezing tighter with every second. Daniel's breath came in ragged gasps, his hands still clutching his face, as though he could somehow stop the terrifying transformation happening to him. His smile was stretching wider, farther than he thought humanly possible, and the more he fought against it, the more it seemed to consume him. "Please," he begged, his voice cracking with desperation. "No more. I can't stop it." But the figure only grinned, its twisted smile growing wider, if that was even possible. "You can't escape it. The smile is the only thing that remains. The last piece of your humanity. Soon, you'll all be just like me. Forever." Daniel's head was spinning. His body was no longer his own, his face locked in that grotesque, unnatural grin. It was as if the very essence of his being was being pulled apart, stretched thin, and reformed into something monstrous. He felt the coldness of it seeping into his bones, the chill of inevitability. "No," Caroline gasped, her voice trembling with horror. "No, we can't let it take us." Henry turned to the others, his eyes wild with panic. "We can't let it spread. If it does, if it takes over the whole town, it won't stop. The smile will grow, and it will consume everything." "But how?" Lisa asked, her voice barely a whisper as she stepped back, trying to pull herself away from the figure. "How do we stop it if we're already infected? If it's already in us?" Daniel's mind was spinning with 1,000 questions, none of them making any sense. All he could feel was the darkness pressing in on him, the force of the curse taking over. He glanced at his reflection in the cracked stone of the pillar, his face twisted in that horrific grin that seemed to mock his every attempt to fight it. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, and wild, but all he could do was watch as the smile overtook him. The figure seemed to sense their despair, relishing in it. You think you can stop it now? You think you can fix the mistakes you've made? It's too late. You are mine. And soon, the whole town will be just like you. A sickening thought struck Daniel. If they didn't stop the curse here, if they didn't find a way to reverse it, they would become a part of the smiling dead, wandering the town forever, trapped in an endless cycle of horror. His mind raced as he looked at the others. Caroline's face was pale, but her eyes were filled with a flicker of determination. We have to fight it. We have to stop it before it's too late. But how? Henry asked, his voice shaking. It's already inside us. It's inside all of us. Daniel's eyes narrowed as he looked around the crypt. There had to be a way. There had to be something they could do. The figure had said the smile was the last piece of their humanity. But what did that mean? Could they sever that final thread? Could they destroy the curse that had infected them all? The ground trembled again, the stone beneath them shifting as though it, too, was alive. The crypt seemed to pulse with a dark energy, the very walls vibrating with a rhythmic, almost hypnotic beat. It's the relic, Daniel said suddenly, his voice steady despite the terror clawing at him. The relic, we have to use it. It's the key. It's the only thing that can stop the curse. Henry's eyes widened. But it's gone. We destroyed it. Didn't we? No, Daniel said, his heart racing. We didn't. We didn't destroy it. We only changed it. The relic's power is still here. We can still use it. Lisa looked around, her face filled with fear. But how? How do we use it if it's buried in the ground? How do we make it work again? The figure laughed, its voice a low, mocking sound that echoed through the crypt. You really think you can control it now? The relic's power is mine now. It has been for centuries. There's nothing you can do. Daniel's fingers trembled as he reached out toward the stone where the relic had been placed. His heart pounded in his chest as he felt a pull, a dark, malevolent pull coming from deep within the earth. The relic was still there, buried beneath the stone, but its power had twisted, had become something far darker than they could have imagined. We need to reverse it, Daniel muttered, almost to himself. We need to undo the ritual. If we can't destroy it, then we have to undo the binding. We have to sever the connection between the curse and the town. Caroline stepped forward, her eyes wide with fear but determination. How do we do that? I don't know, Daniel said, his voice desperate. But we have to try. The figure watched them with a knowing smile, its eyes glinting in the dim light. You can't undo what's been done. You are mine now. Forever. Daniel's fingers brushed against the cracked stone, his heart racing. It was now or never. He had no other choice. He pressed down harder, using every ounce of his strength to push the stone deeper into the earth. The ground trembled beneath him, the air thickening with the power that surged from the relic. For a moment, it felt like the world itself was holding its breath. And then, with a deafening crack, the stone shattered. The ground rumbled violently beneath their feet as the stone shattered, sending a shockwave of energy through the crypt. Daniel staggered back, the force of it almost knocking him off his feet. The air around them crackled with an unnatural static, the walls vibrating as though the crypt itself was alive, rebelling against the disruption. For a moment, everything went still. The crypt was plunged into silence once more, but it was a suffocating silence, like the calm before a storm. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in shallow gasps as he struggled to regain his balance. He could feel the presence of the figure, looming in the shadows, its malicious energy pressing down on them like a weight. But there was something different now. The relic's energy had shifted, become something else. It wasn't the same power they had felt before, the dark, suffocating pull that had dragged them into this nightmare. It was sharper now, more focused, as if the curse was being forced into a new shape, one they couldn't fully comprehend. The figure, still standing in the center of the crypt, was no longer laughing. Its twisted grin was gone, replaced by a look of confusion, then something darker, something closer to rage. "You think you can change it?" the figure hissed, its voice low and furious. "You think you can undo what has been woven into the fabric of this land?" Daniel looked up, his eyes locking onto the figure. Its presence was overwhelming, like a force of nature, but he knew this was their chance. They had to stop it now, before the curse fully consumed them all. "We have to finish it," Daniel muttered, his voice tight with determination. He didn't know what the relic was doing, but he could feel the power shifting, the curse starting to fight back, trying to reassert itself. "We need to break the link," Henry said, his voice shaky but resolute. "The curse is tied to this place. It's tied to the town. If we sever the connection, we can destroy it," Daniel finished, his mind racing. "We have to break the bond between the relic and the curse." The air around them began to thrum with a low hum, like the sound of a distant storm gathering strength. The walls of the crypt shook again, but this time it wasn't just the tremors of the land. It was the force of the curse, fighting back against them, clawing to keep hold of its power. "Stop!" the figure shrieked, its voice raw with fury. "You can't break the bond. It's unbreakable. You can never undo what's been done." Daniel's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching. "We'll see about that." With all the strength he could muster, he pressed both hands down onto the cracked stone beneath him. The air around them seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat, every moment stretching into eternity as he felt the ground tremble beneath him. The relic was still pulsing with energy, its faint glow growing brighter, more insistent. Then, as if in response to his touch, the ground beneath them split open with a deafening crack. The figure screamed, an inhuman, guttural sound that seemed to rattle the very foundations of the crypt. The earth began to churn, cracks spidering outward from the center, sending dust and debris flying into the air. The crypt was coming apart at the seams. Caroline stumbled back, her face pale with fear. "It's happening. We're too late. It's too strong." "No," Daniel shouted, his voice filled with determination. "We have to push through. We can still break it. We can still save the town." The figure was no longer a shadow in the corner of the crypt. It was no longer just a terrifying presence. It was something else entirely, something ancient and malevolent. It began to shift, its body stretching and distorting, as if it was being pulled apart by unseen forces. The room darkened, the flickering lanterns casting twisted, contorted shadows against the walls. The smile, the one that had haunted their every step, returned. But this time it wasn't just a smile. It was a grotesque, nightmarish rictus that covered its entire face, its teeth glinting like shards of broken glass. The figure's eyes, once filled with malicious glee, were now wide, unblinking, and hollow, as if they had seen beyond death itself. "You cannot win," the figure howled, its voice echoing in all directions. "You cannot stop me." The ground trembled harder, and the air thickened with a pressure that made it almost impossible to breathe. The walls of the crypt began to crack, the stone splitting open as if it were being torn apart from the inside. The figure's body convulsed violently, the shadows around it swirling and expanding, covering the room like a suffocating blanket. "Daniel, hurry!" Henry shouted, his voice frantic. "We need to finish it. We can't let it take us." Daniel's mind raced. There was no time left. The figure's power was overwhelming, suffocating. But there was one last thing, one last act they could try. He reached down, grabbing the relic from where it had been embedded in the ground. It was hot to the touch, seething with energy, but he held onto it with every ounce of strength he had. The figure's laughter grew louder, more deranged, as it sensed the final confrontation. With a final, desperate cry, Daniel lifted the relic high above his head and slammed it into the ground with all his force. The world seemed to shudder around him, and the crypt erupted into a cacophony of noise, shattering stone, the shrill wail of the figure, the roar of the earth cracking open beneath them. The energy of the relic surged outward, and for a moment, Daniel felt as if he were being pulled apart, as though his very soul was being torn from his body. The crypt seemed to collapse around them, the darkness closing in, but the relic's power was too strong to contain. With one final deafening roar, the crypt imploded. Everything went black. The world seemed to collapse into nothingness. Darkness swallowed them whole, and for a moment, Daniel couldn't tell if he was awake or dreaming. He felt weightless, suspended in an abyss, his body numb and cold. The scream of the figure, the crack of the earth splitting, the explosion of energy, all of it faded into a distant echo, as though it had never existed at all. Time stretched endlessly, like a thick fog that clung to every thought, every breath. But then, slowly, the darkness began to dissipate, replaced by the faintest glimmer of light. It was soft, almost ethereal, and it cut through the suffocating stillness like the first breath of air after a long dive underwater. Daniel's mind screamed to wake up, to move, but his body felt sluggish, unresponsive. He could feel the weight of his own limbs, the pressure of his chest rising and falling with each slow, labored breath. And then he heard it, a faint whisper, a soft, distorted voice in the distance. It was familiar, too familiar. Daniel, it called, a hollow sound that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of the darkness. Daniel! He snapped his eyes open, the light now brighter, blinding. His vision was blurry, but slowly, shapes began to take form. The crypt, the walls, the relic, the figure, they were all gone. But instead, he found himself in a completely new place. A city, perhaps. A place that felt wrong, unnatural. A strange stillness hung in the air, and the streets were eerily quiet. Daniel pushed himself up, his body aching, but something felt off. His limbs felt disconnected, as though his movements were slower than they should be. His fingers twitched, a cold sensation crawling up his spine. "Where are we?" Caroline's voice broke through the silence. She appeared beside him, looking just as disoriented, her face pale and trembling. Is this the town?" Henry asked, his voice distant, as though he was unsure of what he was seeing. The city around them was bleak, abandoned, yet there was a strange feeling of life lingering just beneath the surface. The buildings were old, their windows cracked, their doors hanging open. There was no sign of life, no sound of the usual bustle of a town. No children playing, no street vendors calling out, no cars driving by. It felt like they had stepped into a place frozen in time, like a nightmare suspended in an endless loop. Daniel's heart began to pound in his chest. This place felt wrong. The very air felt thick, like it was soaked in something dark. And then he saw it. The smile. It was everywhere. The walls, the streets, the buildings, they all seemed to bear the same smile. It was subtle at first, just a faint image on a wall or a crack in the pavement, but it grew more pronounced as he looked around. Faces painted with that same twisted, grotesque grin. We're here," Daniel whispered, his voice catching in his throat. It didn't end. It's still here. Caroline stepped back, her hand covering her mouth as she stared at the smile etched into the walls. "This isn't real. This can't be real. This is just a hallucination. This is all in our heads, right?" But Daniel knew better. The smile wasn't just in their heads. It was real. They had entered the heart of the curse, the epicenter of the nightmare they had unknowingly unleashed. "It's not a hallucination," Henry said, his voice grim. "We're still here. But this place, it's different. It's like we're trapped in this loop. We never left." Daniel's mind raced. The crypt, the ritual, the figure, it had all led them here. But why? What was this place? Was it part of the curse? Or had they inadvertently become part of it? The smile, it wasn't just a symbol. It was a force, a living, breathing thing that could not be contained, that could not be erased. And now it was spreading. "Do you feel it?" Caroline asked, her voice barely audible. The pull, like it's drawing us in? Daniel turned, and for the first time he saw it. The streets weren't just empty. They were filled with people, or at least figures that looked like people. Hollow-eyed, their faces stretched into those same sickening smiles. They stood motionless in the distance, their eyes locked onto him, watching, waiting. The figures began to move slowly, like they were drawn by some invisible force. As they stepped forward, their faces twisted more, their smiles growing wider, sharper, until they were nearly unrecognizable. "Run," Daniel whispered, his voice hoarse with fear. But it was already too late. The figures began to move faster, their unnatural speed closing the distance between them in an instant. Their smiles stretched impossibly wide, their eyes empty, as if they were nothing more than puppets, controlled by some unseen force. They were coming for them. Henry grabbed Caroline's arm, pulling her with him. "We need to get out of here. Now." But Daniel was frozen in place, his gaze locked on the figures, the awful, haunting smiles that seemed to grow with every passing second. The curse was not just some lingering nightmare. It was alive, and it had taken root in this place, in this town, and now it was spreading. And they were part of it. The figures were closing in, their movements jerky and unnatural, like marionettes with tangled strings. Daniel felt his heart race, pounding in his chest like a war drum, each beat reminding him of the terror that was swiftly overtaking them. The air around him seemed to thicken, as though the very atmosphere was saturated with the curse, pulling him into the heart of its nightmare. "Run!" Caroline shouted again, her voice sharp, filled with panic. She yanked on Daniel's arm, pulling him toward the nearest alley, but he couldn't move. His feet were planted firmly on the cracked pavement, his body frozen in terror as the figures drew nearer. The smiles, they were everywhere. On the walls, in the windows, etched into the streetlights. No matter where he looked, those twisted grins seemed to multiply, stretching farther into the city. It was as if the very town itself had been infected, its soul consumed by the curse. Henry's voice broke through his paralysis. "We can't outrun them, Daniel. This place, it's alive, it's drawing us in." Daniel tore his eyes away from the advancing figures, his mind struggling to find a way out. "We have to get out of the city. We have to destroy it before it spreads any further." But the words felt hollow, meaningless, as the twisted smile spread across every surface, every shadow, every corner of the city. The curse had taken hold, and there was no escaping it. Caroline, her face pale with fear, turned to Daniel. "But how? How do we stop it? We already tried everything." Daniel swallowed hard, trying to steady his breath. His mind raced for a solution, any way to break free from this nightmarish trap. And then, in the back of his mind, a thought flickered, a memory, faint and distant, from the time before they had entered the crypt. The figure in the crypt had mentioned the smile. It had said the smile was the last piece of their humanity, the key to the curse. The smile, Daniel thought, it was more than just a twisted symbol. It was a manifestation of the curse itself, an anchor that bound them to this world, this hellish place. The smile was a physical representation of the curse's power, and if they could find a way to sever that bond, they could end it. But how? How could they possibly destroy something that was so deeply ingrained in the very fabric of the town? His gaze fell on the people, the figures who were now standing just a few feet away. Their smiles were even more grotesque up close, stretched and contorted into horrific expressions. Their eyes were hollow, lifeless, and yet their presence was overwhelming, as though their very being was tied to the existence of this place. He felt it again, the pull, the same force that had dragged him into the crypt, that had twisted his face into that grotesque grin. The curse was alive, and it was trying to claim him once more. "Daniel," Caroline whispered, her voice trembling. "What do we do? Please, we need to get out of here." But Daniel didn't answer. His mind was consumed with the thought that had suddenly come to him. The key to breaking the curse wasn't just in destroying the relic or undoing the ritual. It was in breaking the connection between the smile and the town itself. They had to sever the smile. He turned to the others, his voice urgent. We need to find the source. The smile is the anchor. We need to find where it started and destroy it. But how? Henry asked, his voice strained with disbelief. Where do we even start looking? The entire town is covered in these damn smiles. Daniel clenched his fists, trying to focus. The town was an endless maze, each street, each alley leading them further into the heart of the curse. But the answer was simple. The source had to be where it all began. They needed to find the root of the curse. The crypt had been the starting point, but it was only a symptom. The real source of the curse lay deeper, buried somewhere in the heart of the city. Daniel's eyes scanned the street, his gaze landing on the distant figure of a church, its steeple barely visible above the surrounding buildings. It's there, Daniel said, pointing toward the church. We need to go to the church. Henry and Caroline exchanged uncertain glances, but there was no other choice. The figures were closing in on them, their smiles growing ever wider, their presence oppressive. If they stayed here much longer, they would become part of the nightmare. We don't have a choice, Caroline said, her voice shaking, but determination flickering in her eyes. We need to go. Now. Together, they turned and sprinted down the street, the sounds of the figures' footsteps echoing in the distance. The town seemed to warp around them, the buildings distorting, the ground shifting beneath their feet, as if the city itself was trying to pull them into its grasp. The deeper they ran, the more oppressive the air became, the weight of the curse pressing down on them. As they approached the church, they saw that the doors were ajar, swinging gently in the wind, creaking with an eerie, haunting sound. The closer they got, the more they could feel the pull, the overwhelming sense that they were about to uncover the final piece of the puzzle, the source of the curse that had consumed everything. Daniel's heart raced as he pushed open the heavy doors, the sound of it echoing through the hollowed-out interior. The church was dark, save for the faint glow of candles flickering in the distance. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of decay hung in the air. In the center of the church stood an altar, and at the foot of it, a stone slab. On that slab was something that made Daniel's blood run cold. A symbol etched deeply into the stone. It was the smile, the same twisted grin that had haunted them since the very beginning. It was carved into the stone, the lines of it so intricate, so detailed. It looked as though the smile itself was alive, waiting to spring to life at any moment. This is it, Daniel breathed, his voice barely a whisper. This is where it all began. The air in the church seemed to grow colder as they stepped inside, the shadows swallowing them whole. Every inch of the room felt heavy, as though the very walls were breathing with the weight of the curse that had taken hold of this place. The twisted smile carved into the stone slab at the altar was more than just a symbol. It was a presence, a force that seemed to pulse with its own dark energy. Daniel's eyes locked onto it, his pulse quickening. This was it, the heart of everything, the origin of the curse that had turned the town into a twisted nightmare. The smile wasn't just a mark. It was the anchor, the source of the malevolent power that had spread through the city, corrupting everything it touched. We have to destroy it, Daniel whispered, his voice tight with resolve. Caroline and Henry stepped up beside him, both of them staring at the smile, their faces pale with fear. The church, despite its centuries-old architecture, felt new, as though it had been built just for this moment, as though it had been waiting patiently for them to arrive. How do we destroy it? Caroline asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. It's part of the curse. How do you break something like this? Daniel didn't have an answer. The smile had to be the key. The curse had made sure of that. But how? How could they destroy something that had become so deeply embedded in the fabric of the town? He stepped forward, his hand reaching out toward the stone slab. As his fingers brushed against the cold surface, he felt it, a surge of energy dark and suffocating. The smile on the slab seemed to twist, its features shifting, as though it was aware of their presence, aware of their intent. "It's trying to stop us," Henry muttered, his voice tense. The ground beneath them trembled, a low, rumbling growl echoing from deep within the earth. The entire church seemed to groan, as though the curse was awakening, responding to their defiance. The smile on the stone seemed to grow wider, its expression more grotesque, and with it, a rush of oppressive energy flooded the room. Daniel staggered back, his breath caught in his throat. The air felt thick, almost suffocating. The church was alive with the curse, and it was fighting back, pushing them away. But Daniel wouldn't stop. He couldn't. This was their only chance to end it, to break the bond that had tied them all to this nightmare. "Caroline, Henry, we have to focus. We need to destroy it," Daniel said, his voice firm despite the fear that gripped him. "We have to sever the connection. The smile is the key. It's what's keeping us here. It's the anchor to this curse." Caroline nodded, though her eyes were wide with terror. She stepped forward, joining Daniel as he placed both hands on the stone slab. Her hands trembled as she reached out, but she forced herself to hold steady. Together, they pressed harder, their palms flat against the cold stone. The smile seemed to pulse beneath their touch, the lines of it deepening, as if the stone itself were alive, reacting to their presence. The church shook again, the walls groaning as if the very foundation of the building was being torn apart. Dust fell from the rafters, and the candles flickered wildly, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. "We have to break it," Daniel said, his teeth clenched in frustration. "We can't just touch it. We need to destroy it completely." Henry stepped forward, his face pale but determined. "Maybe we need to use something that can reverse the curse. A relic, like the one we found in the crypt. We need something that can sever the bond between the smile and this town." Daniel's mind raced. The relic, the one they had used before, had been powerful, but it hadn't been enough to break the curse. It was like a temporary fix, a bandage that hadn't solved the root of the problem. "Maybe we don't need another relic," Daniel said slowly, his thoughts sharpening. "Maybe we can destroy the connection with something more personal." Caroline looked at him, confusion flickering in her eyes. "What do you mean? What could be more personal than the relic?" Daniel hesitated, then his mind settled on the answer. It was something simple, something deeply human. "The smile," Daniel murmured, almost to himself. "It's been tied to the people, to the town. It's their humanity, their essence. Maybe that's what we need to destroy. The curse feeds off that smile. If we remove the smile from everyone..." Henry's eyes widened in realization. "You mean we have to take away the smile from the people? Erase it from their faces?" "Yes," Daniel said, his voice steady now. "The smile is what's keeping the curse alive. If we can break it, if we can make it disappear from the town, then the curse won't have any power. We can stop it for good." Caroline stepped back, her face twisting with doubt. "But how do we do that? How do we erase something so ingrained in them?" Daniel turned to the altar, his mind working furiously. He knew what had to be done. There was no other choice. They had to take a piece of the town's spirit, something pure, and use it to undo the curse's hold. "The smile is tied to the people's souls," Daniel said, his voice growing stronger. "We need to counter the smile with something that represents everything it isn't. We need to create something that is completely free of that darkness." Caroline's face softened in understanding, but Henry still looked uncertain. "But what could we possibly do? We don't have anything like that." Daniel's eyes moved to the candles. The flickering light seemed to draw him in, as though it was pointing the way. The pure flame. Perhaps it was a symbol, an ancient force that had existed long before the curse had even begun. "I think I know," Daniel said, his voice filled with sudden clarity. "We need to use the light, the flame. We have to bring the light to the town. That's the answer." The thought of using the light, the pure flame, felt right. It was simple yet profound. Light had always been the antithesis of darkness, the enemy of shadows, and perhaps the key to destroying the curse that had swallowed the town whole. Daniel stood still for a moment, trying to gather his thoughts, piecing together the puzzle. The smile was more than a symbol. It was the embodiment of everything dark and twisted in the town. But light, real, untainted light, might be the only force strong enough to undo what had been done. "Caroline," Daniel said, his voice low but firm, "we need to get to the source of the light. The flame, the fire. It has to come from somewhere pure, something that hasn't been tainted by the curse." Caroline looked around, her eyes searching the church. "But where can we find something like that? Everything here is soaked in darkness." Daniel's gaze fell on the candles once again. They were scattered across the altar, their flames flickering weakly, as if struggling against the growing malevolence in the room. The flames weren't powerful enough, not by themselves. But maybe, just maybe, if they could amplify the light, concentrate it, it could be used to fight back against the curse. "We need to use the candles," Daniel said, his voice gaining strength as the plan took shape. "Each of these flames, they're small, but if we collect them, combine them, we can use their energy. They can be the spark to ignite the town's salvation. But how do we use them?" Henry asked, his brow furrowed. "We can't just gather a bunch of candles and expect it to work. We need something more, something that will focus all that energy." Daniel glanced around the church, his mind racing. There had to be something here, some kind of relic, something sacred, something pure. And then, his gaze landed on the stained glass windows, their intricate designs depicting saints, angels, and scenes of light and hope. They were old, beautiful, untouched by the curse. They were the only thing in the church that seemed to remain pure, untouched by the darkness creeping through the town. "Those windows," Daniel said, his eyes widening in realization. "They're our key." Caroline and Henry followed his gaze, their eyes drawn to the stained glass windows. The light that filtered through them was dim, but it was still light, pure light. If they could somehow channel that light, amplify it, it might be enough to break the curse. But how do we channel it? Caroline asked, still unsure. "The light is so faint. How can we use it?" Daniel's mind clicked into place. The answer had been right in front of them all along. "The windows," Daniel said again, his voice urgent. "We need to break them. We need to shatter the stained glass windows. When the light pours in, it will be pure. It will be strong enough to push back the curse." Henry looked doubtful. "Are you sure that's the right thing to do? Shattering those windows, it feels wrong." "We don't have a choice," Daniel replied, his voice steady. "The smile, the curse, it's too strong. But the light, it's the only thing that can push back the darkness." Caroline stepped forward, her hand resting on Daniel's arm. "Let's do it then. We have no time to waste." Daniel nodded, taking a deep breath. He turned to the others. "We'll shatter the windows, and then we'll gather the light. We'll use it to fight back the curse, to break the bond. We'll undo the smile." With that, they moved quickly toward the windows. The glass was thick, the colors swirling in intricate patterns, almost hypnotic in their beauty. Daniel reached out, his hand trembling, but filled with determination. He picked up a nearby candle from the altar and used the edge to gently tap against the glass. The sound of the first crack was deafening, a sharp, clear note that rang through the church. A small piece of glass shattered, and as the light began to pour through the opening, Daniel felt a rush of warmth, an overwhelming surge of hope. "Keep going," he urged. Caroline and Henry quickly followed suit, each of them tapping at the glass with their candles. As the windows broke, the light began to flood the church, pouring in brilliant beams, each ray sharper and more focused than the last. The room seemed to pulse with energy, the light gathering, swirling, almost alive as it filled every corner of the space. The church, once dark and oppressive, was now filled with an ethereal glow. The smile on the stone slab at the altar began to crack, the lines of it distorting, as though it were being slowly erased by the light. Daniel felt his chest tighten with hope. They were doing it. They were breaking the curse. But then, as they continued to shatter the windows, something changed. The figures, the smiling figures, began to appear, slowly at first, creeping in from the shadows outside the church. Their smiles were even more grotesque now, their eyes wide and lifeless, and they moved toward the light, their twisted forms seeming to absorb its energy. "Stay away from the light," Henry shouted, grabbing Caroline's arm. "It's trying to feed on it." Daniel's heart sank. The curse was adapting, evolving in real time. The light, the very thing they thought would save them, was now being consumed by the cursed figures, drawn to it like moths to a flame. "No!" Daniel shouted, his voice raw with panic. "We have to keep going. Don't stop." But as they shattered more windows, the light grew weaker, dimmer, and the figures grew stronger, more powerful with every passing second. "We need to contain the light," Daniel shouted, panic rising in his chest. "We need to focus it, now." Henry grabbed a nearby cloth, a torn piece of fabric, and began using it to gather the light, trying to concentrate the energy into one area. Caroline, with trembling hands, joined him, her fingers working quickly to mold the light, to control it before it was consumed completely. The figures kept coming, their smiles stretching wider, their movements jerky and unnatural, but with every flicker of the light, they seemed to falter, to shrink back. The battle had only just begun. The figures hesitated, their twisted smiles flickering in and out of existence, as if the concentrated light was forcing them back. But Daniel could see that the light wasn't enough. It was too scattered, too fragile. The figures, drawn by the darkness of the curse, were relentless. They were not just after the light, they were after everything that it represented, everything that could undo what they had become. "We need more," Daniel said urgently, his heart racing. "We need to make it stronger, focus it all in one place." Caroline and Henry worked faster, wrapping the fabric around the light, trying to contain it. But the figures were closing in, the air thickening with their presence. The smile on their faces grew wider, more grotesque, as though it were stretching beyond the limits of their skin. "Don't let them get to it," Henry shouted, his voice desperate. "They're feeding off the light. We have to finish this." Daniel's mind spun. There had to be a way. There had to be something that would force them back for good. And then he remembered something, the relic. The object they had found in the crypt. It hadn't been enough on its own, but perhaps now, with the light and the curse fighting against each other, it could be the final key. "Henry, Caroline, grab the relic," Daniel commanded. "We need to use it, now." Without hesitation, Henry sprinted toward the altar, where the relic was resting. Caroline, still holding onto the fabric of light, nodded to Daniel, her face tight with fear. "I'm on it," Henry called out. As Henry reached for the relic, Daniel could see the figures inching closer, their eyes gleaming with malice. The light they had gathered was flickering, weaker now, and the figures seemed to sense that it was losing its power. "Quickly," Daniel urged. Henry grabbed the relic from the altar. It was an ancient pendant, a simple silver piece, but its power was undeniable. He ran back to Daniel and Caroline, holding it tightly in his hand. "This better work," Henry muttered, his voice tense with the weight of their situation. Daniel took the pendant from Henry's hand, his fingers closing around it. The warmth of the relic was strange, soothing yet ominous, as though it was aware of the task it was about to perform. He raised it high above his head, and in that moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. The figures paused, as if sensing something had changed. Their twisted smiles faltered for a split second, but then they lunged forward, a growl of hunger rising in their throats. "No!" Daniel shouted, his grip tightening around the pendant. "You won't win this time." With all his strength, he thrust the relic forward, directing the concentrated light toward the pendant. The light from the windows, the energy they had gathered, surged through the relic like a lightning bolt. The air seemed to crackle with energy, and for a moment, The figures froze, their grotesque smiles stretching wider, their bodies jerking as though the light was burning them from the inside. The church shook violently, the ground trembling beneath their feet. The walls cracked, the very foundation of the building groaning as if it were about to collapse. The figures howled in pain, their twisted bodies writhing and twisting, but the light from the relic didn't falter. It surged bright and intense, pushing against the darkness. And then, with a deafening crash, the figures dissolved into smoke, their twisted smiles fading away into nothingness. Daniel, Caroline, and Henry stood still, their bodies trembling with the sudden release of tension. The air was still, the oppressive weight that had filled the church lifting as the curse seemed to break apart. For a moment, all was silent. The light from the broken windows poured into the room, filling it with an ethereal glow. The relic pulsed in Daniel's hand, its warmth fading slowly, leaving behind a sense of calm, of peace. But then, a new sound broke the silence. A soft, steady drip. Daniel turned his head slowly, his heart skipping a beat as he looked toward the altar. The stone slab, which had once carried the smile, was now completely still, the twisted face gone. But as he stared, he noticed something else. A dark, slick liquid was slowly dripping from the cracks in the stone. "No," Daniel whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "It's not over." Caroline gasped, her eyes wide with horror. "What is that?" It's blood," Henry said, his voice shaking. He stepped forward, his eyes glued to the altar. "But it's black." The liquid continued to drip, pooling at the base of the stone. The smell of it was overpowering, a thick, metallic stench that made their stomachs turn. "Is it the curse?" Caroline asked, her voice trembling with fear. Daniel nodded slowly, his mind racing. "It's trying to fight back. It's not over yet. The smile, it's been defeated, but the curse isn't dead. It's still clinging to this place." The liquid began to rise, spreading across the stone, as though the church itself were bleeding. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the temperature in the room dropped. The faintest whisper echoed through the church, an indistinct murmur, as though the very walls were speaking. "We have to finish this," Daniel said, his voice firm despite the terror creeping into his chest. "This blood, this curse, it's not over until we make sure it's completely destroyed." Caroline and Henry nodded, their faces pale but determined. Together, they moved closer to the altar, preparing to face whatever came next. The liquid continued to rise, thick and viscous, like the embodiment of everything dark and twisted that had plagued the town. And as the air grew colder, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. Words started to form, but they weren't clear. They were like a chant, a prayer, a warning. The blood was not just a physical thing. It was the last tether, the last connection to the curse that had infected the town. "We need to burn it," Daniel said, his voice filled with resolve. "The blood, the curse, it has to be burned away." Henry reached for one of the candles, lifting it high above his head. The wick flickered as he brought it closer to the altar, and the moment the flame touched the dark liquid, it sparked, catching fire with an unnatural intensity. The blood began to burn, the flames twisting and writhing like they were alive. The air filled with the sickening smell of burning flesh, and the whispers grew louder, now screaming in agony. The flames intensified, surrounding the altar in an inferno of darkness. Daniel, Caroline, and Henry backed away, watching as the church itself seemed to burn from the inside out. "We've got to go," Daniel said, his voice strained. "It's time to leave." The flames danced and crackled, their orange and red tongues licking the air as the cursed blood burned away. The church felt as though it were alive, its ancient stones groaning under the strain of the fire. The once still air was now filled with the sound of cracking wood, the hiss of the liquid as it met the flames, and the distant echo of those whispers, growing louder, more frantic, as if the very walls of the building were trying to scream. Daniel, Caroline, and Henry stood frozen, unable to look away as the altar burned. The light from the broken windows illuminated the flames, casting long shadows that flickered against the walls. It felt like time itself had stopped, and in those few moments, the curse seemed to wrap itself around them, tightening its grip, refusing to let go. "We need to leave," Daniel repeated, his voice strained as the smoke thickened in the room. "Now." Caroline looked at him, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. "But what about the town? What about the people? If this doesn't end here, if the curse hasn't truly been destroyed, then how do we stop it from spreading?" Henry, his hands still gripping the candle, looked toward the door. "We don't have time to figure it all out. If we don't leave now, we won't get out of here at all." Daniel nodded, understanding the urgency. The fire was growing too fast, consuming the altar, the blood, the church itself. It was all burning away, but they couldn't afford to stay and risk being trapped by whatever evil remained. "We have to find a way to make sure the curse doesn't return," Daniel said, a deep resolve in his voice. "If the town is still at risk, we need to warn everyone." Caroline turned toward the doorway, the smoke beginning to make it harder to breathe. "We'll make sure they know. We'll stop it from spreading." The trio hurried toward the exit, their footsteps hurried, their hearts pounding in their chests. As they neared the door, the flames behind them crackled, the last remnants of the church's past burning away, and with it, the final traces of the curse that had been tormenting the town. But just as they reached the threshold of the door, a sudden, sharp noise echoed from behind them. The door slammed shut with a deafening bang, the heavy wood crashing into its frame. "What the hell?" Henry gasped, spinning around, his eyes wide. The flames that had been burning so brightly just moments ago began to flicker and dim, and a low, guttural sound filled the air. It wasn't the wind or the fire, it was something else. A low rumble, like the growl of a predator, coming from deep within the church. "No, no!" Caroline shouted. "It's not over. It's coming back." Daniel turned quickly, his heart sinking as he realized that the flames weren't consuming everything like they should. Instead, the fire seemed to be feeding the darkness, keeping it alive, keeping the curse intact. From the heart of the altar, the blood that had been burning began to pulse, glowing with a sickly, dark light. It seemed to move, shifting, as if it were alive, trying to heal itself, to resurrect. The flames licked at it, but it didn't burn away. It thrived in the fire, feeding off it. "It's feeding on the flames," Henry shouted, backing away. "It's like it's getting stronger." Daniel's mind raced. The fire wasn't enough. The relic, the light, it had been a temporary solution, not the answer. The curse had adapted, evolved, and now it had learned to survive in the flames. Caroline grabbed Daniel's arm. "What do we do? How do we stop it?" "We need to finish it," Daniel said, his voice cold with realization. "We need to go deeper. It's not just the blood. It's the curse that's been tied to this place, tied to this altar. It needs to be severed, completely severed. The fire isn't enough. We need something more, something to destroy its foundation." The room seemed to grow colder, and the rumbling sound deepened. The church was no longer just a building. It had become a living thing, something that fought back against their every move. Daniel turned toward the altar, the pulsing blood beneath it glowing with an unnatural light. "We need to tear it all down," he said, his voice resolute. "We need to destroy the heart of the curse, and only then can we put an end to it." Henry nodded, his face grim. "Let's do it." Caroline, though scared, stepped forward, determination flashing in her eyes. "We don't have much time. Whatever we do, we need to do it now." Daniel glanced around the church, his mind working quickly. There had to be something more powerful than the flames, something that would sever the bond between the curse and the town. And then, like a lightning bolt, he remembered something, the crypt beneath the church. The relic had been a part of it, but there had been other symbols, other objects. "Henry, Caroline," Daniel said, his voice urgent. "There's a crypt beneath this church. We need to get down there, find the source, and destroy it." "The crypt?" Caroline's voice trembled. Are you sure? That place is cursed. It's been sealed off for a reason. We don't have a choice. It's our only shot, Daniel said, moving toward the altar. He reached down, grabbing a piece of broken wood, using it to pry open the floorboards beneath the altar. Come on! Henry grabbed Caroline's arm, pulling her along as Daniel tore the boards from the floor. Beneath the altar was a small, hidden trapdoor, long sealed shut by dust and neglect. It creaked open, revealing a dark staircase that descended into the crypt below. Daniel didn't hesitate. He grabbed the torch from the wall, lit it, and led the way down the stairs, his heart pounding with every step. Caroline and Henry followed close behind, their footsteps heavy with dread. The crypt was cold, suffocatingly so. The walls were lined with old, forgotten tombs, the air thick with the stench of mildew and rot. But Daniel could sense it, the curse. It was stronger down here, its presence overwhelming. It was like an oppressive weight pressing down on them. At the far end of the crypt stood a stone pedestal, ancient and worn. And on that pedestal, glowing faintly with a sickly light, was the source, the heart of the curse. It was a small, twisted artifact, something ancient and powerful. It had been placed there to anchor the curse to the land, to bind it to the town. But now it was the key to its undoing. We need to destroy it, Daniel said, his voice grim. Now, Caroline and Henry nodded, their faces pale but resolute. The three of them stepped forward, ready to end it once and for all. The artifact on the pedestal pulsed with a malevolent energy, its twisted form shimmering in the dim light of the torch. The air around it felt thick, heavy, as though the very atmosphere was charged with something ancient and dangerous. It was a relic of evil, designed to hold the curse in place, a curse that had spread through the town like a silent plague, twisting everything it touched. Daniel stepped closer, feeling the weight of its power pressing against him. His heart raced, not just from fear, but from the sheer force of the curse that emanated from the artifact. It was alive, sentient, as though it could sense them approaching. Stay focused, Daniel whispered, glancing at Caroline and Henry. We destroy this, and the curse will be broken. It has to be. Caroline nodded, her eyes locked on the artifact. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. How do we destroy it? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know, Daniel admitted, but it has to be done. We can't just burn it. This thing feeds on fire. We have to break its hold over this place. Henry stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the artifact. Maybe we can break it with force, something physical. I don't know if fire alone will do it. They stood there, the silence in the crypt oppressive, until Daniel had an idea, a strange, wild thought that didn't feel like his own. He couldn't explain it, but something deep inside him knew what had to be done. It wasn't fire, nor was it a weapon that could physically break the artifact. It was something deeper, something tied to the very heart of the curse. The relic, it had been connected to the land, and it was this land that had become corrupted by the curse. The way to destroy the artifact was not through strength or fire, but by severing its bond to the land, by taking away the very foundation that had supported its power. Listen, Daniel said, his voice soft but urgent. The artifact is tied to the land. We need to take its connection to this place away. We need to sever it, spiritually. Caroline frowned. What do you mean? I think we need to perform a ritual, something that cuts the tie between the curse and the land. We need to banish it from here completely. We can't just destroy the artifact. We have to destroy its connection to everything that it's affected. Henry's eyes widened. A ritual? But we don't know any rituals. How are we supposed to? I know a way, Daniel said, his voice firm. I remember something from the crypt. There were markings, symbols, ancient wards, runes. If we can channel enough power through them, we can sever the bond. It will break the artifact's hold. The curse will die with it. Caroline took a step forward, determination settling in her expression. Then let's do it. We don't have much time. Daniel nodded and turned to face the pedestal, stepping closer to the artifact. He could feel the curse growing stronger, the pulse of dark energy vibrating through the stone beneath his feet. But he couldn't let fear take over now, not when they were so close. He placed his hands on the pedestal, closing his eyes and reaching deep into his memories. He could almost see the symbols in his mind, those old runes that had been carved into the walls of the crypt. He muttered the words to himself, the syllables foreign, ancient, but they were becoming clear to him now. "Focus," he said to Caroline and Henry, who stood a few steps back, their eyes wide with anxiety. "I'm going to channel the energy of these symbols into the artifact. You both need to stay close and be ready. Once we break its connection, the curse will fight back. We'll need to hold it off long enough to finish this." Henry stepped forward, gripping a piece of broken stone from the floor, and Caroline moved to his side. Both of them were ready, their fear tempered by the urgency of the moment. Daniel's hands trembled as he traced the invisible lines of the runes in the air, his mind trying to align the symbols in his thoughts with the power that flowed from the earth beneath them. He could feel the vibrations growing stronger, the curse stirring as it sensed what they were about to do. "Now," Daniel whispered, his voice barely audible. With a deep breath, he slammed his hands onto the surface of the pedestal. The air around him crackled, and for a split second, everything was still. Then the crypt erupted with sound. A deafening roar filled the chamber, and the walls trembled as though the very foundations of the church were shaking apart. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, and black tendrils of smoke erupted from the cracks, swirling around the crypt like a living thing. The artifact pulsed violently, sending out shockwaves of dark energy that rattled the walls. The light from the torch flickered, threatening to go out, but Daniel didn't dare look away. The curse was fighting back, its strength far beyond anything they had anticipated. It clawed at the air, reaching for them, trying to pull them into the darkness. "Hold on!" Daniel shouted, his voice shaking as he continued to channel the symbols. "We're almost there. Just a little longer." Caroline and Henry gritted their teeth, their bodies straining as the darkness pressed in on them. Henry raised the stone in his hand, as though ready to strike, while Caroline reached for the pendant around her neck, a small but powerful relic that had been a part of their journey. Daniel pushed harder, forcing the power of the symbols to surge through him into the artifact. He could feel the curse's tendrils wrapping around him, trying to pull him into the darkness. But he wasn't going to let it win. Not now. With a final, guttural scream, Daniel slammed his hands down onto the pedestal again. The artifact cracked, its dark light flaring bright, so bright that it was blinding. And then, in a single sharp moment, everything went silent. The power of the curse shattered, the tendrils of darkness disappearing as though they had never been. The artifact cracked open, its dark energy dissipating into the air, leaving only the broken remnants of its twisted form. Daniel stood, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He had done it. They had done it. Caroline and Henry looked around, their eyes wide, as the crypt slowly began to return to normal. The oppressive weight in the air lifted, and the cold that had been suffocating them faded away. "Is it over?" Caroline asked quietly, her voice shaky but relieved. Daniel nodded, a small smile breaking through his exhaustion. "It's over." But as they turned to leave the crypt, a sound echoed through the stone halls, a whisper, soft but unmistakable. And in that moment, Daniel realized that even though they had defeated the curse, it might never truly leave. It would always be there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment to return. The whisper echoed again, faint but clear, as if coming from the walls themselves. It was a low, guttural murmur, and despite the victory they had just achieved, it sent a chill creeping down their spines. "What was that?" Caroline whispered, her eyes darting around the crypt. "Did you hear it?" Daniel's heart raced, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. He turned toward the sound, his every instinct telling him something was wrong. The air in the crypt had shifted once again, the warmth from the fire now replaced with an eerie cold. "I heard it," Daniel said quietly. "We need to go now." But as they moved toward the exit, the temperature in the crypt dropped further, and the walls began to shake. The sound of the whispering grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a voice they knew all too well. It was the voice of the dead. Caroline froze, her breath catching in her throat. "No, it can't be. We destroyed it. We broke the curse." "Did we?" Daniel asked, his voice low, tinged with uncertainty. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was still lingering, something they hadn't fully eradicated, something they had missed. Suddenly, the temperature plunged, and the ground beneath their feet cracked open again, a fissure forming that split the crypt in two. The walls began to bleed with dark, inky tendrils, and shadows twisted and writhed like living creatures. The whispering grew louder still, morphing into eerie laughter. But it wasn't just one voice, it was a chorus of voices. Voices of the dead, the ones they had tried so desperately to save. And each of them shared one horrifying feature. A smile that twisted their faces into grotesque masks of madness. "Look at them!" Henry shouted, his eyes wide with terror. They're all here." Daniel's mind raced. The curse had been broken, but something far worse had taken its place. The dead were not at rest. They were trapped in a state between life and death, all bound to the land, all marked by that haunting, sinister smile. The very thing they had feared had come to pass. "They're not gone," Daniel whispered. "They never left. They were never truly dead." The dead began to rise from the crypt floor, emerging from the fissures in the ground. Their bodies were pale, gaunt, their movements jerky and unnatural. Their smiles, twisted and frozen in place, grew larger, more grotesque, as though the very act of smiling had become a source of torment for them. "They're still trapped," Caroline whispered, her voice trembling. "The curse, it's still alive. We can't just leave them like this." "We didn't just destroy the curse," Daniel said, his voice low with realization. "We just made it worse. We set them free, but not in the way we intended." Henry looked back toward the exit, his face pale. "Then what do we do? We can't fight all of them." But Daniel, though shaken, knew they had no choice. "We have to send them back," he said. "We have to close the rift before it spreads further." Caroline nodded, her fear replaced with determination. "How?" "I don't know," Daniel said. "But we have to act fast." The ground beneath their feet trembled again as the first of the smiling dead began to crawl toward them, its eyes wide with the madness of its eternal torment. The smile on its face stretched farther and farther, until it seemed to split its face wide open. Daniel's mind raced. The symbols, the ritual, it had to be more than just destroying the artifact. There had to be a way to force the dead back, to make them rest once more. He turned toward the pedestal, looking for anything they might have missed. His eyes scanned the walls, the floor, anything that could provide a clue. The crypt, dark and ominous, seemed to pulse with energy, as though it were alive and watching them. Then he saw it. There, beneath the pedestal, hidden by years of dust and decay, was a mark. A symbol he hadn't noticed before. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. The symbol of a circle, entwined by lines that seemed to form an intricate pattern. "That's it," Daniel said, his heart racing. "It's not over yet. We need to activate the seal." Caroline and Henry rushed to his side, following his gaze to the mark on the floor. "What's that supposed to do?" Caroline asked. "It's a binding," Daniel said. "If we can complete it, if we can channel enough energy into it, we can seal the rift and send them all back." Henry looked uncertain. "And how do we do that?" "We finish what we started," Daniel said, determination filling his voice. "We perform the final step. We use the relics, the symbols, everything." The laughter of the smiling dead grew louder, and Daniel knew time was running out. He could feel their eyes on him, hundreds of them, all locked in that horrible, eternal smile. They couldn't wait any longer. He turned toward Caroline and Henry. "We need to get the relics. The pendant, the broken stone. Everything we have." Caroline quickly reached for her pendant, and Henry did the same, clutching the stone he had picked up earlier. Daniel drew in a deep breath and moved to stand at the center of the symbol. He closed his eyes, placing his hands on the ground, and began to focus, channeling every ounce of strength into the mark beneath him. The pendant in Caroline's hand and the stone in Henry's began to glow, their energy responding to the power of the seal. The crypt shook again, the walls groaning as the smiling dead advanced. They were closing in, their faces twisted into grotesque grins that seemed to grow with each step. The ground split open further, and the darkness swallowed the crypt whole. But Daniel didn't look away. His hands burned, his mind focused solely on the symbols beneath him. He whispered the incantation he had recalled earlier, his voice steady, and as he did, the symbol began to glow, the lines of the circle shifting and twisting into something new. The voices of the dead screamed in fury, their smiles stretching unnaturally. But the energy from the relics began to surge, and the seal grew brighter, hotter. The crypt was alive with power, and for a brief moment, everything seemed to stop. And then, with a deafening sound like thunder, the seal completed. The ground cracked open one final time, and the smiling dead were pulled back into the abyss. The curse for now was over. The crack in the ground closed with a deafening thud, the last of the smiling dead vanishing into the depths of the earth. For a long moment, there was silence. The oppressive weight that had hung over them seemed to lift, and the air in the crypt grew still, as though the world itself were holding its breath. Daniel stood, breathing heavily, his hands trembling from the exertion. The pendant in Caroline's hand had stopped glowing, and Henry's stone had lost its eerie light. They were all standing in the heart of the crypt, their bodies stiff from the tension that had gripped them for so long. Caroline was the first to speak. Her voice was quiet, as if unsure whether it was safe to break the silence. Did we really do it?" Daniel swallowed hard, his throat dry. He looked around at the crypt, the symbols on the walls now faded, the rift sealed. The darkness that had once consumed the place seemed to have receded. I think we did," he said, his voice shaky. "But we can't be sure. The curse was never truly gone. It's always been tied to the land." Henry clenched his fists, his expression dark. "But we stopped it, right? They're not coming back. That's what matters." Daniel hesitated. He wanted to believe that they had finished what they had started, that the nightmare was truly over. But a part of him, deep inside, was still uncertain. He glanced back at the now sealed pedestal, where the artifact had once sat. It was gone, its dark energy dissipating, but the mark beneath it still faintly pulsed. The connection had been severed, but there were still signs, evidence that the curse had been too powerful to erase completely. "I don't know," Daniel said slowly, "but we did what we had to do. The land, it might still carry the echoes of the curse. We just have to hope that's enough." Caroline stepped forward, her eyes searching Daniel's face for any sign of certainty. "So what do we do now?" "Leave?" Daniel said, his voice firm. "We can't stay here. The town, it's not safe. We have to warn everyone. We have to make sure they never let anything like this happen again." Henry nodded. "But what if the curse comes back? What if it wasn't really finished?" Daniel turned toward the exit, his heart heavy with the burden of their choices. "We'll deal with it when the time comes. We don't know everything about it yet, but we'll find a way." The three of them made their way toward the door, their steps echoing in the stillness of the crypt. The atmosphere had changed, but the fear that had once gripped them had not fully disappeared. They had sealed the rift, but the terror still lingered, like a shadow at the edge of their vision. As they stepped out of the crypt and into the cold night air, Daniel turned back one last time. The town was just visible in the distance, its dark silhouette outlined against the dim light of the moon. He could still feel the weight of the curse hanging over the land, but for now, it seemed quiet, dormant. "I don't think we'll ever truly escape it," Daniel whispered, mostly to himself. Caroline placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice calm but filled with understanding. "Maybe, but we've done what we could. We stopped it for now." Henry looked over at them, his face grim. "And if it comes back, then we'll be ready," Daniel said, his tone unwavering. "We'll fight it again." They didn't speak much as they walked back toward the town, the sound of their footsteps the only noise in the still night. It was as though the land itself had fallen into a brief, uneasy slumber. But Daniel knew that the smile of the dead would never truly fade from their memories. It would always haunt them, lurking in the shadows. The curse had been broken, but the darkness had not been fully vanquished. And as they disappeared into the night, the wind carried with it a whisper that sounded far too much like laughter. The laughter followed them as they walked, faint but unmistakable. It clung to the air like a persistent fog, never quite leaving them. Even as they neared the edge of town, where the first lights of dawn began to creep over the horizon, that creeping unease remained, gnawing at their insides. "I don't like this," Caroline muttered, her gaze darting to the shadows that stretched across the street. "It's too quiet." Daniel nodded, his grip tightening around the pendant hanging from his neck. He didn't want to admit it, but the feeling of something watching them was overwhelming. They had sealed the rift, yes, but that whispering laughter, that hollow, inhuman sound, it refused to fade. It lingered, as if the curse had merely retreated into the corners, waiting for another chance to strike. As they passed the old, abandoned houses that lined the street, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the town itself. The houses looked empty, but there was something about the windows, the way they stared back at him like hollow eyes, that unsettled him. There were no lights in the windows, no movement, nothing. "Where is everyone?" Henry asked, his voice low, his eyes scanning the streets nervously. "I thought there'd at least be someone walking around. People don't just vanish. They're hiding," Daniel said, his voice tight with anxiety. "They know something's wrong. They know what happened here." Caroline stopped in her tracks. "But what if they didn't just disappear? What if the curse, it didn't just affect the dead? What if it spread to the living?" A chill ran down Daniel's spine. The idea that the curse could be affecting the town's people, making them mere shells of their former selves, living people with those twisted, grotesque smiles, was almost too terrifying to consider. They had dealt with the dead, but if the curse had infected the living— "We need to get out of here," Henry said, his voice trembling. "We can't stay. Not like this." Daniel's mind raced. He glanced over at Caroline, then at Henry. They were both visibly shaken, their eyes wide with fear. And yet, deep down, Daniel knew they couldn't just leave. Not after everything they had done. They had sealed the rift, but had it truly worked? Had they really stopped the curse? Or was it still here, hidden in the very air, the streets, the people? "I can't just walk away from this," Daniel said quietly. "We need to find out what happened. We need to make sure the curse is really gone. We need to know if anyone else is still alive." Caroline stepped forward, her face pale but resolute. "Then let's find out, but we do it carefully. We can't take any chances." The three of them moved cautiously through the town, the silence of the streets growing heavier with each step. Every building, every darkened window seemed to watch them, as though the town itself had become a part of the curse. It didn't take long for them to find signs that something was terribly wrong. An old man sat in a rocking chair on his porch, staring out into the empty street. His skin was pale, almost lifeless, and his eyes were wide open, but they didn't seem to focus on anything. His mouth was stretched into an unnatural smile, one that looked as though it had been carved into his face, frozen in place by some unseen force. "Look at him," Henry whispered, his voice shaking. Is he even alive?" "I don't think so," Daniel said, his heart heavy. "But he's not dead either." He's trapped. The man's eyes flickered toward them for a moment, but he didn't react. He didn't move. It was as though he couldn't see them, or perhaps didn't care. His smile only grew wider, more grotesque, as if the mere act of smiling had consumed him entirely. "What happened to him?" Caroline asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's the curse," Daniel said grimly. "It's still here, still lingering. The dead, the living. They're all being twisted by it. Those who are left are caught in its grip, and that smile, it's the mark. It's the symbol of the curse's hold." They turned away from the man, who remained unmoving, his smile frozen in time, and continued down the street. As they walked, they saw more and more of the same. People, living people, caught in the curse, their faces stretched into those same horrifying smiles, their eyes vacant, their bodies stiff. Some were sitting on benches. Others were standing in doorways. None of them spoke, and none of them moved. But they all shared that same twisted expression, that smile that seemed to mock everything about their humanity. "This can't be happening," Caroline whispered, her voice breaking. We can't let this be the end. There has to be a way to stop it." Daniel's mind raced as he looked around, trying to make sense of it all. The curse hadn't just been a force that rose from the earth. It had infected the very souls of the town's people, turning them into something else, something horrific. The rift may have been sealed, but the curse had found a new way to spread. "We can't let this spread further," Daniel said, his voice firm. "We need to find the source. If the rift is sealed, there has to be something else, something that's still holding it together. We need to stop it before it's too late." "Where do we even start?" Henry asked, his voice desperate. "How do we stop something that feels this alive?" Daniel didn't have an answer, but deep down, he knew they had no choice. They couldn't run away. Not now. They had come too far, sacrificed too much, to let it end like this. They needed to fight. They needed to find the heart of the curse and destroy it once and for all. They made their way toward the center of the town, where the old church stood. The church that had once been a place of solace, now abandoned and shrouded in darkness. The symbol of the curse, the artifact, had been destroyed, but something told Daniel that the church still held the answer. It had to. As they approached, the ground trembled beneath their feet once again. And this time, Daniel knew, the curse was far from over. The church loomed ahead, its spires cutting into the dark sky like jagged teeth. The once proud structure now stood shrouded in an eerie stillness, its stone walls weathered by time and neglect. As Daniel, Caroline, and Henry approached, the air seemed to thicken, the atmosphere oppressive with the weight of something ancient and malevolent. "It feels wrong," Caroline whispered, her voice barely audible, as if speaking too loudly would provoke whatever lingered in the air. Her gaze swept over the church, looking for any sign of life. But there was nothing, only the cold, empty silence of the town. "We need to go in," Daniel said, his voice steady, though the unease was gnawing at his insides. "The source of this curse, it has to be inside." Henry eyed the church, his steps faltering slightly. "Are you sure? What if this is where it all started? What if we're walking right into it?" Daniel didn't have an answer, but deep down, he knew they had no other choice. They had to confront it. They had come this far, and they couldn't back down now. Not with everything on the line. With a final, hesitant breath, they pushed open the heavy doors of the church. The creaking sound as the doors swung open seemed to echo through the hollow space, amplifying the silence that lay thick within. The dim light from the broken stained glass windows filtered in, casting long, distorted shadows on the cold stone floor. The air inside was thick with dust, and the smell of decay hung heavily, as though the church had been abandoned for decades, not just days. "Look at this place," Henry murmured, his voice filled with awe and terror. "It's like no one stepped foot here in years. But it doesn't feel empty. It feels alive, like it's waiting for something." Daniel's eyes scanned the room, his heart pounding in his chest. The interior of the church was much larger than he had anticipated. its pews broken and scattered, the altar at the far end now shrouded in darkness. But as his gaze moved toward the altar, he froze. In the center of the room, beneath the broken altar, there was a massive, circular hole in the floor. It wasn't just any hole. It seemed to pulse, a faint, almost imperceptible glow emanating from within. It was as though something was alive beneath it, something ancient, and it was calling to them. Is that where the rift opened?" Caroline whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," Daniel said, his throat dry. "But I think it's where it all started. The curse didn't just end. It's still here, somewhere beneath us." The whispering began again. It was faint at first, like the murmur of wind through the cracks in the walls, but then it grew louder. The voices, those same voices that had tormented them before, returned, whispering words they couldn't understand. But the tone was unmistakable, mocking, cruel, and filled with the same twisted joy that they had heard in the dead, the ones trapped in those eternal smiles. "Stay close," Daniel said, his voice barely audible over the rising hum of energy in the room. "We don't know what's down there." They approached the altar cautiously, each step echoing through the hollow space. The glow from the hole beneath the floor pulsed in time with their heartbeats, drawing them closer. Daniel reached out, his fingers brushing the edge of the altar as he leaned over to peer down into the dark pit below. "What is that?" Henry asked, his voice filled with dread as he stared at the swirling light below. "What's that glowing?" Before Daniel could answer, a sudden, violent tremor shook the floor beneath their feet. The hole seemed to widen, the glow intensifying, and a sharp, high-pitched screech rang through the air. It was as if the very earth beneath them was splitting open, revealing something deep within. A creature, a force, something that had been waiting for them. "We need to get out of here," Caroline cried, her face pale with fear. But Daniel couldn't move. His body was frozen in place, his gaze locked on the swirling light beneath the altar. He knew, without a doubt, that whatever was down there, whatever force had caused all this, was tied to the land itself. The curse had not been vanquished, it had only been contained, and now it was waking up again. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open with a deafening roar. The pulsing light grew blindingly bright, and from the depths of the hole, something began to emerge. It was a shape, twisting and writhing, like a dark shadow coming to life. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, his body screaming for him to run, but he couldn't move. From the darkness of the pit, a voice boomed. It was a low, guttural sound, full of power and malice. "You cannot escape me," it said, its voice sending chills through the very core of his being. "I am the darkness that sleeps beneath your feet. I am the curse that never dies." The shape in the hole began to take form. An entity, black and shifting, like a swirling mass of shadows and light. It was impossible to describe, a presence that was both physical and ethereal, stretching and contorting, as if it were being drawn from the very fabric of reality itself. And as it rose, the air grew colder, the ground shaking violently. "Get back!" Daniel shouted, finally breaking free from his paralysis. He turned to Caroline and Henry, grabbing their arms and pulling them away from the altar. "We need to get out of here, now." But as they turned to run, the church doors slammed shut with a deafening crash, trapping them inside. The dark figure in the pit continued to rise, its laughter echoing through the church like a twisted song of victory. The curse was not finished. It had only begun. "Help!" Henry screamed, his voice desperate. "What do we do? What can we do?" Daniel's mind raced, his heart pounding in his chest as the entity loomed closer. The curse, it was still alive, and now it was coming for them. "We need to finish it," Daniel said, his voice filled with resolve. "There's no other choice." The air in the church felt thick, as though the very atmosphere was being sucked into the growing entity below. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, the oppressive weight of the curse bearing down on him with every passing second. The dark figure had almost fully risen from the pit, its shape now towering over them. It was neither fully human nor entirely monstrous. It was an aberration, something born of nightmares, formed from shadows and a distorted, unnatural energy. "Daniel!" Caroline shouted, pulling at his sleeve. "We need to find a way out of here. It's too powerful." But Daniel couldn't bring himself to move. The thing before him, this dark, malevolent presence, was the source of everything. The deaths, the smiles, the twisted curse that had claimed the town. It was no longer a matter of escape. They had to stop it, no matter the cost. His eyes scanned the church, desperate for any kind of answer, any clue on how to fight something so deeply rooted in darkness. And then, through the corner of his eye, he saw it, an old book lying open on the floor near the altar. The pages fluttered slightly, as if the wind itself were moving them, though there was no breeze in the church. "Over there," Daniel pointed toward the book. "It could be our only chance." Henry's eyes widened in recognition. That's the Book of Lamentations. I've heard of it. It's said to hold ancient rites for banishing curses. But it's dangerous. It's not something you can just open and read. We don't have a choice," Caroline said, her voice shaking with urgency. "If that thing gets free, we'll never make it out." Without another word, Daniel dashed toward the book, pushing past the broken pews, his feet stumbling over the uneven floor. Every step felt heavier, as though the very ground was trying to hold him in place, preventing him from reaching it. The laughter, the twisted, mocking laughter, was louder now, echoing through the stone walls, reverberating in his skull. It was like the very sound of the curse itself, alive and aware, mocking him. His hand closed around the ancient book, its cover cold to the touch. As soon as his fingers made contact, the book seemed to react, the pages rustling violently, as though it had been waiting for him. Daniel tore it open, desperate to find anything that could help. The text inside was old, written in a language he didn't understand, its ink faded and nearly illegible. But as his eyes scanned the pages, one phrase stood out. It was written in a strange, red ink that seemed to shimmer as though alive. "The darkness that wakes shall never sleep until the blood of the cursed is spilled." Daniel's breath hitched. Blood of the cursed. That phrase, he knew what it meant. He turned to face the entity rising from the pit, now nearly towering over them, its laughter ringing in the air like thunder. "No!" Daniel shouted. "We can't just give up. We have to finish this." The dark figure let out a guttural roar, and the walls around them trembled, the ground beneath their feet cracking open as the shadows swelled. It was almost like it was feeding off their fear, growing stronger with every second they hesitated. "The blood of the cursed," Daniel whispered, his mind racing. There was only one way to interpret the words in the book. The entity, it was the cursed one, and the blood that needed to be spilled. It was theirs. Without thinking, Daniel grabbed Caroline's and Henry's hands, pulling them closer to the altar. "We have to do this together. It's the only way." Caroline's eyes filled with horror. "No, no way. You can't mean. We don't have a choice." Daniel yelled, the desperation clear in his voice. "We have to give the curse what it wants, or it will destroy everything." The entity screeched again, its form now dark and bloated, its twisted smile more grotesque than ever. Its glowing eyes locked on them, and in that moment, Daniel knew they were all in grave danger. "I'll go first," Daniel said, pulling away from them. Before either of them could protest, he slashed the edge of his hand with a jagged stone shard he'd found near the altar. Blood poured from the wound, dripping onto the cold stone floor, and the very air seemed to change. The entity paused, its form quivering as though it felt the offering. Daniel gritted his teeth, the pain sharp and real, but the feeling of the blood leaving his body felt wrong. His vision blurred slightly, but he knew he had to hold on. He had to complete the ritual. Caroline and Henry stood frozen for a moment, watching him. But then Caroline, her face pale with fear, stepped forward. She too slashed her palm, the blood dripping down, joining Daniel's on the altar. The dark figure twitched, its malevolent form surging forward, as though drawn to the blood. "No!" Henry cried out, backing away, his face twisted in terror. "This isn't right. You're feeding it. You're—" But before he could finish his sentence, the entity let out a deafening roar, and a surge of dark energy blasted toward them. The walls shook violently, and the ground beneath their feet cracked open wider, sending jagged stones up into the air. Henry hesitated for a moment, then, with a cry of resignation, he stepped forward, slashing his palm with the same jagged stone. His blood fell onto the altar, mixing with theirs. The entity stopped. For a moment, everything was still. The room was filled with a palpable tension, as if something vast, ancient, and powerful were watching them. And then, in a single horrific moment, the dark figure screamed. The sound ripped through the air like a blade, and the shadows that had been consuming the church collapsed inward. It felt as though the earth itself was trembling with the force of it. The curse had been awakened, and it was fighting back. The force of the entity's scream shattered the silence of the church, sending a wave of pure, searing darkness crashing toward them. The air thickened, pressing down on Daniel, Caroline, and Henry, as if the weight of the world itself was bearing down on their shoulders. Every breath felt like an effort, each inhalation a battle against the overwhelming, suffocating pressure. The walls of the church groaned and cracked, and the very stones beneath their feet began to tremble, as though the building itself was alive, reacting to the dark force it had been holding captive for so long. Daniel staggered, his body trembling from the sheer intensity of the curse's power. His vision blurred as the dark figure in the pit seemed to expand, a swirling mass of shadows and nightmare, filling the entire room. The glowing eyes locked onto them, burning with an insatiable hunger. It was as though the entity could smell their fear, feeding off their terror, and growing stronger by the second. "It's not enough," Daniel muttered, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of darkness. "The blood, it wasn't enough." Caroline's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "What do we do now? What's going to happen to us?" Henry's breathing was rapid, his hands trembling at his sides. "We should have left. This is insane. We can't fight it." The entity's shape twisted and contorted, its smile widening, stretching beyond what should have been possible. It was no longer simply a figure. It was the manifestation of the curse itself, a living, breathing nightmare that had taken form in the heart of the church. The air grew colder, and an unnatural wind howled through the church, swirling around them, lifting the broken pews into the air as if they were nothing more than paper. "We're not fighting it," Daniel said, his voice trembling but steady. "We're trying to stop it. We need to finish what we started." Henry and Caroline exchanged frantic looks, but Daniel's words seemed to steady them, even if only slightly. The book, still clutched in Daniel's hands, was now open to a new page. The strange, shimmering red ink glowed eerily under the dim light of the broken windows. There, in the center of the page, was a symbol. It was a twisted, jagged rune, drawn in thick red lines that seemed to pulse and shift on the page, as though the very ink itself were alive. The symbol was familiar, the seal of binding. "That's it," Daniel whispered, his voice filled with realization. "We can't kill it, we can't destroy it, but we can bind it." Caroline's eyes widened. "How? How do we do that?" Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as he turned the book toward them. "The blood, we've already given it. Now we need to draw the symbol." He glanced back toward the altar, where the hole in the floor still pulsed with unnatural light. The entity's form had grown monstrous, its limbs stretching and distorting as it began to rise higher, inching closer to the surface. The air around them was thick with dread, each moment feeling like an eternity. "There," Daniel said, pointing to the floor near the altar. "We have to draw it there. The symbol has to be on the ground, under the altar. We can use the blood to create the seal, to trap it." Henry looked hesitant. "But what if it gets us before we can finish?" "It's too strong." "It won't," Daniel said, determination creeping into his voice. "We've already weakened it. The blood, the ritual, it's already started. We just have to finish it." Caroline nodded, her face set with grim resolve. "We have to try." The ground beneath them rumbled, the walls shaking with the force of the entity's increasing power. Time seemed to slow as they moved toward the altar. The symbol, this final step, was their only chance. Henry, though visibly terrified, grabbed a nearby shard of stone, his hands shaking as he prepared to draw the symbol. But Daniel stopped him. "Not the stone," Daniel said urgently. "We need our blood. It's the only way it will work." Henry looked at him for a moment, his eyes wide with fear, but then he nodded. With a shaky breath, he slashed his palm again, the blood dripping onto the cold stone floor. Caroline followed suit, her face grim as she did the same. Finally, Daniel took his turn, marking the floor with the last of his blood. The moment the three of them finished, the symbol began to glow. It was faint at first, like a distant ember, but then it grew brighter, the red ink shimmering with an unnatural light. The air in the church seemed to crackle with energy, and the oppressive weight of the curse grew heavier. The dark figure in the pit howled in fury, its form writhing in an attempt to break free from the seal they had drawn. But the more it struggled, the stronger the glow became. The air thickened with an overwhelming sense of pressure, as though the curse itself was being compressed, contained by the power of the symbol. The walls of the church shook violently, dust and debris falling from the ceiling, as the very foundation of the building seemed to buckle under the weight of the entity's rage. And then, just as it seemed like the entire church would collapse, the symbol flared brightly. A shockwave of energy blasted through the room, throwing Daniel, Caroline, and Henry to the ground. The entity let out one final, deafening scream as the light from the symbol surged outward, engulfing the church in a blinding explosion of red and white. For a moment, there was nothing but chaos. The world seemed to collapse in on itself, and then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. The oppressive air lifted, the heavy weight of the curse seemingly vanquished, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the world was still. Daniel pushed himself to his knees, his body sore and bruised from the explosion. He looked around, his heart racing as he scanned the church. It was still standing, though battered, the floor littered with broken stone and dust. The altar had collapsed, but there was no sign of the entity. Did we do it?" Caroline whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Daniel's eyes searched the church, his breath slow and steady. There were no more whispers, no more shadows. The oppressive feeling that had haunted them was gone. "I think we did," Daniel said quietly, though there was a lingering doubt in his voice. "But we need to be sure." They stood together, their bodies heavy with exhaustion, but their hearts filled with a cautious hope. The church was no longer alive with the presence of the curse. They had bound it, sealed it away, at least for now. But deep down, Daniel knew that the darkness wasn't truly gone. It had just been contained. And as they left the church, the doors creaking open with a sound that echoed through the empty streets, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that the curse was far from over. It had been bound, but it was still out there, waiting, watching, and it would never forget. As the trio stepped out of the church, the moonlight bathed the desolate town in an eerie glow. The streets, once alive with the bustle of daily life, were now silent, as if the curse had drained every ounce of life from the place. The houses stood abandoned, their windows dark, like hollow eyes staring back at them. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a reminder of the death that had plagued the town for so long. "We did it," Caroline whispered, though her voice wavered with uncertainty. "It's over, right?" Daniel didn't respond immediately. He looked out across the empty streets, his mind racing. The entity was gone, at least, it seemed to be, but something about the stillness felt wrong. The curse had been bound, but there was a gnawing fear deep inside him, a fear that wouldn't let go. Something was waiting. "We need to get out of here," Henry said, his voice trembling. This place is cursed. I can feel it. The air is wrong. Daniel nodded, pulling his jacket tighter around his shoulders against the chill. I know, but we can't just leave. We need to find out if anyone else is still alive. Caroline gave him a skeptical look. Is there anyone left? After everything that's happened, do you really think there's anyone left to save? I don't know, Daniel said softly. But we have to try. Together, they began walking down the empty street, the sound of their footsteps the only noise that seemed to exist in the oppressive silence. The town felt dead, as if the curse had consumed everything in its wake. Yet, as they walked, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. There was something in the air, something unseen that watched them from the shadows. As they approached the center of town, the abandoned storefronts loomed like silent sentinels, their windows shattered, doors hanging off their hinges. The town had become a ghost of its former self, a place where the living and the dead seemed to coexist in a twisted, unnatural harmony. And then, in the distance, Daniel saw something that made his heart skip a beat. A figure, a shadow moving along the street ahead. Did you see that? Caroline whispered, her voice barely audible. Daniel nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. Stay close, he whispered back, his eyes fixed on the figure. It moved with a strange, deliberate slowness, like a puppet on strings, its movements jerky and unnatural. It was wearing tattered clothes, its face obscured by a hood. But even from a distance, Daniel could see the shape of its smile. The smile. It was that same smile, the one they had seen on the bodies, the same haunting grin that had plagued the town from the beginning. The one that grew wider and more sinister with each passing day. Is it one of them? Henry asked, his voice filled with dread. Daniel didn't answer. He couldn't. The figure was getting closer, and his pulse quickened as he realized that it wasn't just one of them. It was one of the victims. A face that had once been alive, now twisted into that grotesque expression, eternally locked in that mocking grin. But this time, there was something different about it. The figure didn't seem to be dead, not entirely. It moved with purpose, its eyes gleaming with an unsettling awareness. The curse had done something to them, something more than just death. The victims didn't stay dead. They came back, but not as they once were. They came back as something else, something worse. The figure stopped in the middle of the street, its head tilting slightly, as if it had been waiting for them. It took a slow step forward, and then another, its smile growing wider with every movement. We need to go, Henry said urgently, his hand shaking as he grabbed Daniel's arm. No, but Daniel didn't move. He couldn't. His eyes were locked on the figure, drawn to it by some force he couldn't explain. The figure wasn't just walking, it was calling to him, beckoning him forward, as though it knew something he didn't. Something important. Before he could stop himself, Daniel took a step forward. Daniel, Caroline cried out, her voice filled with panic. What are you doing? But he couldn't answer. The figure's smile was too much, too compelling. The closer he got, the more his mind seemed to fade into the background, consumed by the need to get closer, to understand, to face whatever it was that had taken hold of this town. With every step, the air grew colder, the town darker, as though the curse was tightening its grip once more. The figure's grin stretched wider, its eyes gleaming with a twisted sense of satisfaction, as if it had been waiting for this moment. And then, just as Daniel reached the figure, something changed. The air shifted, becoming thick with a heavy, choking pressure. The town itself seemed to groan, the ground beneath them shifting as if it were alive, pulling them into the very earth. The figure let out a soft laugh, its smile now grotesque and unnatural. You can't stop it, it whispered, the words seeming to echo in Daniel's mind. The curse is not just here, it's everywhere, and it will never let you go. Daniel's heart stopped. The figure's voice was familiar in a way that chilled him to the bone. It wasn't just the voice of the dead, it was his voice, the voice of someone who had already fallen to the curse. The voice of the first victim, the one who had started it all. No, Daniel breathed, his mind reeling as he backed away. This isn't real. This can't be happening. But the figure didn't move. It just stood there, smiling, watching him, as though it were savoring every moment of his realization. The smile, that damned, haunting smile, it had come for them again. Caroline, Henry, Daniel whispered, his voice breaking. We have to go. We need to leave. But even as he turned to run, he knew deep down that it was already too late. The curse wasn't over. It had only just begun. And now it had them. Daniel's heart raced as he turned to face Caroline and Henry, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The weight of the realization hit him like a sledgehammer. This wasn't over. The curse had never truly been lifted. They had only scratched the surface of something much darker, something far older and more malevolent than they could have ever imagined. He could feel it now, deep in his bones, the presence of something watching them, waiting. Caroline's eyes were wide with panic as she grabbed Daniel's arm, tugging him away from the figure. We can't just stand here, she cried, her voice shaking. We need to leave now. But Daniel couldn't move. His feet were rooted to the ground, the eerie, unnatural pull of the figure keeping him in place. He could hear its laughter, soft, mocking, as if it knew exactly what he was thinking, as if it knew that no matter how hard he tried, there was no escaping what was coming next. Daniel! Henry's voice was desperate now, his hand gripping Daniel's shoulder. Please, we have to get out of here. Now. Slowly, Daniel managed to tear his gaze away from the figure. It was still there, standing motionless in the street, its smile frozen in that unnerving, grotesque shape. The eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, locked onto him with an intensity that sent a cold shiver down his spine. But he knew that he couldn't let it draw him in any longer. He had to fight back. Caroline, Henry, we need to finish what we started, Daniel said, his voice barely above a whisper but steady. We can't let this thing win. Henry looked at him with confusion and fear. What are you talking about? We just barely survived the ritual. There's nothing left we can do. This isn't normal. It's never going to end. But Daniel's mind was already racing, piecing together everything they had learned. The curse wasn't just something that could be bound with blood and symbols. It was something that fed on the living. It was something that was never truly defeated. They had only stopped it temporarily, and now it had come back, stronger than ever, to finish what it had started. We didn't finish the ritual, Daniel said, the words dawning on him like a terrible truth. There's one more part, one more thing we need to do. Caroline stared at him, her expression torn between disbelief and fear. What? What part? What do you mean? Daniel looked back toward the figure in the street, his mind whirling. The curse can't be broken by force. It can only be sealed, but not just with symbols and blood. We have to offer something more powerful. What are you saying? Henry's voice cracked, his body shaking with the intensity of the fear building within him. I don't know how, Daniel muttered, his voice distant. But I think the figure, the one we saw, it's the key. If we can destroy it, the curse will lose its power. We have to end it, for good. But we've already tried, Caroline shouted, her voice rising in desperation. How many times do we have to face it? We're not strong enough to. We don't need to be strong enough. Daniel cut her off, his voice now certain. We just need to stop running. We need to stop being afraid. The words hung in the air, a strange calmness settling over him, even as the oppressive force of the curse pressed down on them. They couldn't keep running. They couldn't keep pretending that this was over. The curse had followed them, and if they didn't face it now, they would be trapped in this town forever, consumed by the darkness. Caroline's eyes searched his face, and for a moment, she seemed to understand. So, we have to fight it, she whispered, the words feeling heavy on her tongue. Daniel nodded. Yes, we can't escape it anymore. It's here, and we have to end it, once and for all. Without another word, they turned back toward the figure, now standing motionless in the street, still smiling that grotesque, mocking smile. The air seemed to hum with a dark energy, vibrating with the curse's power, but Daniel didn't look away. He couldn't. There was no room for fear now, no room for hesitation. As they approached, the figure's smile grew wider. It didn't move, but the glow in its eyes intensified, burning brighter with each step they took. The ground beneath them seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm, as if the entire town was alive with the curse's energy. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was overwhelming, but Daniel refused to let it stop him. They had come this far. There was no turning back now. The figure spoke, its voice a low, chilling whisper that sent a shiver up Daniel's spine. "You think you can defeat me? You think you can break the curse? You are fools." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, but his resolve remained unshaken. "No, we're not fools," he said, his voice steady and firm. "You don't control us anymore." The figure tilted its head, its grin never fading. "You can try, but you can never truly escape. The curse is a part of you now, a part of all of you." With a sudden motion, the figure reached out, its hand stretching toward them with an unnatural speed. Caroline screamed, but before she could react, Daniel stepped forward, his hand outstretched. He felt the pull of the curse around him, trying to drag him into the darkness, but he fought it. He pushed against the overwhelming force, forcing himself to move closer to the figure. "We have to end it," Daniel said again, his voice low but filled with determination. As his hand brushed the figures, he felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It was the curse itself, alive in a way that defied comprehension. And as he touched it, he realized something. The curse wasn't just an entity. It wasn't something that could be destroyed with symbols or rituals. It was a force, an ancient power that had existed long before any of them had walked into this town. And the only way to stop it was to give it what it wanted: their lives. The moment Daniel's hand made contact with the figure, a shockwave of coldness surged through him, like a freezing wind blowing through his veins. His body stiffened, a scream rising in his throat, but it was swallowed by the overwhelming darkness that consumed him. The curse had taken hold of him completely, but for a brief, fleeting second, Daniel knew what he had to do. He had to give it what it wanted. "Daniel!" Caroline's voice rang out, her panic palpable, but it sounded so distant. It was as if the world had grown thinner, as if time itself had warped. He felt himself slipping, sliding into a void that stretched endlessly ahead. The weight of the curse was like an anchor, dragging him down into an abyss of shadows, a place where nothing mattered but the endless hunger of the thing that had been haunting them. And yet, in that moment, Daniel realized something horrifying. The curse didn't just seek to consume, it sought to recreate, to twist everything into something new, something worse. It wanted to reshape the world in its image. He could feel his own thoughts slipping away. His body was no longer his own. His mind teetered on the edge of madness. But through the haze of fear and confusion, one thought remained clear. If he didn't stop it now, it would be too late for everyone. "Daniel!" Henry's voice, too, sounded distant, like an echo in the wind. "Please get away from it." But Daniel couldn't move. His fingers were frozen to the figure's hand, their connection cemented in the dark magic. The curse had him in its grip, and it wasn't letting go. The figure's eyes gleamed with a wicked satisfaction, the smile stretching impossibly wide. The air around them crackled with the power of the curse, making the town seem to shimmer, like a mirage on the edge of reality. It whispered something, but its voice was no longer just the voice of the dead. It was deeper now, layered with 1,000 voices, all speaking in unison. "You have no choice," the figure murmured, its voice a dark melody. "You're already part of this place. You're already mine." "No," Daniel gritted out, forcing his will against the pull of the curse. He could hear Caroline and Henry's voices, faint but insistent, pushing him to break free. He clung to those voices, fighting against the overwhelming tide of despair. Suddenly, he understood what had to be done. It wasn't enough to simply break the figure's hold over him. They had to take the curse's power and turn it against itself. They had to bind it permanently. "Caroline!" Daniel shouted, his voice hoarse, struggling to be heard over the growing roar of the curse. "Henry, you need to help me. The only way to stop this is if we all do it together." Caroline's frantic footsteps reached him first. "What do we do?" she asked, her breath coming in short, terrified bursts. "How do we stop it?" "Focus," Daniel said, his words slow and deliberate. "We need to focus our energy, our will, on the curse itself. If we can bind it, if we can force it into submission, we can stop it from spreading. It's not just the figure. It's the town. It's everything." Henry joined them, his hands shaking but determined. "We're still not strong enough, Daniel," he said. "What makes you think we can stop it now?" "Because the curse isn't just an enemy," Daniel replied, his voice firm despite the dread clawing at him. "It's a reflection of what we fear. It feeds on our own darkness. But if we face it, truly face it, we can control it. We can take away its power." The figure's grin twisted in anger, and it stepped forward, its fingers reaching for Daniel's throat. "You think you can control me? You think you can change what is already inevitable?" it hissed. But Daniel didn't flinch. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing on the pulse of the curse, on the dark energy that seemed to vibrate in the very air. He felt Caroline and Henry close by, their presence anchoring him, allowing him to concentrate. They had to draw on the energy of the curse itself, use it against the malevolent force that controlled the town. "You need to listen to me," Daniel whispered, though his voice was barely a breath. "You have to believe we can stop this. Together." The figure paused, its glowing eyes narrowing. It could sense the shift in the air, the change in their energy. It was feeding on their fear, but now, something else had begun to emerge, something stronger than the darkness. Caroline and Henry's hands found his, their grips tight and steady. Together, they formed a circle, their combined presence pushing back against the curse. Daniel felt a surge of warmth, a flicker of hope. They could do this. They had to. "We are the light," Daniel whispered. "We are the strength." And then, with one final effort, they turned all of their energy toward the figure. The world around them seemed to bend and twist, the air thickening, the ground shaking beneath their feet. The curse fought back with everything it had, but for the first time, it was the curse that was weakening, its power faltering. The figure screeched, its smile warping into an expression of pure rage. "No, you can't stop me," it howled. But it was too late. Daniel, Caroline, and Henry pressed on, pouring every ounce of their will into the ritual. Slowly, the curse began to unravel, its power crumbling like ash in the wind. And then, with a deafening crash, the figure collapsed, its body disintegrating into nothingness. The air around them was still, heavy with the remnants of the curse, but there was no longer any trace of the malevolent force that had haunted them. It was over. For a long moment, they stood in the silence, their breaths ragged and strained, but the tension had lifted. The town, too, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The weight that had pressed down on it for so long was finally gone. But as they looked around, something caught Daniel's eye. A shadow moved across the street. A flicker. "No, not now. Are we really done?" Caroline asked softly, her voice barely a whisper. Daniel didn't answer. He couldn't. Something wasn't right. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as he stared into the shadow that moved across the street. It wasn't the same figure. No, it was something different. Something smaller, more subtle, but the presence of darkness still clung to it like a shroud. "Did you see that?" Daniel asked, his voice tight with a growing unease. Caroline nodded, her face pale and drawn. "I saw it too." "What is that?" Henry turned to them, his expression frantic. "There's no way. We did it. We stopped it. It's over, right? It has to be." But Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. It couldn't be. The curse may have been bound for now, but there was something else. Something deeper. The way the town felt, the silence, the stillness, it was too quiet, too final. "I don't think it's done with us," Daniel whispered, his voice barely audible in the thick, heavy air. They all turned their attention to the shadow. It was moving again, creeping across the abandoned street, but now it was closer. It seemed to be growing, shifting, as if it was being pulled into existence by some unseen force. Henry stepped forward, his breath quick and shallow. "I'm going to check it out," he said, though the uncertainty in his voice betrayed his bravado. "No," Daniel said, grabbing Henry's arm before he could move any further. "We don't know what that is. We're not prepared for it." Caroline pulled her arms around herself, her body tense. "Then what do we do? Stand here and wait for it to come to us?" Daniel's mind raced, but nothing seemed to fit. They had destroyed the figure, the source of the curse, or so they thought. But now this new presence was growing, expanding, and it didn't feel like just another manifestation of the curse. No, it felt like something different, like the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for whatever came next. "We need to leave," Daniel said firmly. "We have to get out of here now." Henry turned toward him, eyes wide with disbelief. "Leave? After all of this? We can't just run again. What about—" "No," Daniel interrupted, his voice rising with the urgency of the moment. "We don't have time to argue. Whatever this thing is, we need to get as far away from it as we can." Caroline, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "He's right, Henry. If this town is cursed, if there's something left in it, we can't stay here. It won't stop." The shadow was almost upon them now, moving with unnatural speed, like a dark storm cloud sweeping in from the distance. Daniel's mind was racing. He had to think fast. They had to leave. They had to leave right now. He turned quickly, grabbing Caroline's arm. "We don't have time to wait for answers. Whatever we're facing, it's not something we can solve here. We have to get to the outskirts of town. At least then we'll have a chance." The three of them turned, heading for the narrow, winding street that led out of the town. Behind them, the shadow slithered closer, its shape twisting and shifting like a living darkness. As they moved, Daniel felt a terrible sense of urgency, like a countdown clock ticking in his chest. The town seemed to close in around them, the empty buildings looming like silent witnesses to the horrors they had endured. And yet, even as they sprinted toward the edge of town, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't running from the curse. They were running with it, as if it were following them, feeding off their fear, their desperation. "Don't look back," Daniel said, his voice harsh, his breath coming fast as they pushed themselves faster. "Just keep moving. We can't stop now." They ran as fast as they could, their feet pounding against the pavement, but the air around them seemed to grow heavier, suffocating. The shadow was gaining on them, and Daniel knew deep down that it wasn't just a shadow. It was the curse itself, not just lurking in the streets, but following them, eager to reclaim what it had lost. Finally, they reached the outskirts of the town. The quiet, empty land stretched out before them, and for a brief moment, Daniel allowed himself to believe they had escaped. But as the shadow reached the edge of town, it stopped. It didn't cross into the open land. Instead, it hovered there like a sentient being waiting, observing. Daniel stopped, panting, and turned to look at the shadow one last time. He could feel it. The curse had not been lifted, it had only been delayed. Its hunger was insatiable, and it had already claimed this place. All of it. "It's not over," Daniel muttered, his voice a whisper, full of fear and resignation. "We can't escape it." Caroline and Henry stood next to him, their faces drawn and exhausted, but they shared his understanding. They had fought, they had tried to end it, but the curse had outlasted them. It would always return. There was no end to it. It had infected the very land itself, and as long as they remained in this place, they would never truly be free. "Then what do we do?" Henry asked, his voice small, as though he already knew the answer but couldn't bear to hear it. Daniel looked at his friends, the weight of their shared terror pressing down on him. "I don't know," he whispered, "but we can't stay here. We need to move, keep moving, and never stop." For a moment, it seemed as if the shadow would let them go. But as they turned to leave, a terrible, unnatural noise filled the air, a shrill, echoing screech, like the scream of 1,000 voices crying out in pain. The ground trembled beneath them, and Daniel knew that the curse was closing in. It would never let them go. It was only a matter of time before they were caught again. And as they ran into the night, the shadow followed. The screeching sound echoed in the night, haunting and unnatural, like 1,000 tortured souls screaming from the depths of the earth. Daniel's heart raced, and his legs ached with every step, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't afford to stop. The curse was still there, lurking, watching, waiting. "Keep running," Daniel shouted over his shoulder, his voice raw from the strain. Caroline and Henry, their faces pale with fear, were right behind him. The darkness of the night seemed to press in on them, making the road ahead feel endless, like they were running towards something that had no end. As they moved, the air around them grew colder, and Daniel could feel it again, the oppressive, suffocating weight of the curse drawing closer. He glanced back, only for a split second, and the shadow was there again, just beyond the reach of the streetlights, its form writhing and shifting like a living, breathing darkness. It was growing, stretching out, feeding off the fear that radiated from them, and it seemed to be everywhere, like a blanket of pure malevolence closing in on them. The town behind them seemed to fade into the distance, but the curse was not bound by distance. It was everywhere. It was in the very ground beneath their feet, in the air that they breathed. Daniel could feel its tendrils reaching for them, pulling them back toward the place they had fled. It wasn't just a force that haunted the physical world. It was a force that permeated the very fabric of their minds, dragging their deepest fears to the surface. "What do we do?" Henry gasped, his voice filled with panic. "It's right behind us. It's never going to stop." Caroline's breath was ragged, her face twisted in desperation. "It can't be real. It can't be. This has to be some kind of nightmare." But Daniel knew the truth. He knew the curse was far from a dream. It was real. The shadow, the figures, the unexplainable deaths. It was all tied together, connected in ways that they couldn't yet understand. And the worst part was, they didn't know how to stop it. They didn't know if they could stop it. "Keep moving," Daniel said again, his voice steady, despite the terror clawing at him. "We have to get somewhere safe. Somewhere the curse can't reach us." They ran for what felt like hours, their muscles burning with exhaustion, but the town seemed to stretch on forever. No matter how far they ran, it felt as though they hadn't moved an inch. The air thickened, the cold pressing against their skin, and the screeching noise grew louder, more insistent. Finally, Henry stumbled, falling to his knees. I can't go on," he gasped, his voice trembling. "It's everywhere. It's all around us." Daniel stopped, turning back to him. "Henry, we don't have a choice. We can't stop now. We can't give up." Caroline, too, looked as though she might collapse. Her face was pale, her body shaking, and Daniel could see the fear in her eyes, the same fear that burned in his own chest. But she didn't give in. She stood, her shoulders hunched, and nodded. "Come on, Henry," Caroline said softly, reaching for his hand. "We can do this. We have to." Henry looked up at them, his eyes wide and filled with terror. But something in their faces, something in their determination, seemed to stir a spark of hope within him. Slowly, he rose to his feet, clinging to Caroline's hand for support. "Okay," Henry said, his voice small but steady. "Let's keep going." They resumed their running, but now there was a change in the air. The darkness seemed to press in harder, as if the curse was watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake. Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that they were running in circles, that no matter how far they went, they were never truly escaping the grip of the curse. The wind howled around them, whipping through the trees, the only sound accompanying their footsteps. But then, in the distance, Daniel saw something. A flicker of light. The faintest glow just ahead. It was the first light they had seen since they left the town. "Look!" Daniel shouted, his voice filled with relief. "A light! We're almost there." Caroline's eyes lit up with hope, and even Henry's face softened. The light seemed to call to them, promising safety, escape. Daniel pushed himself harder, the light growing brighter as they drew closer. But as they approached, the glow didn't feel as comforting as it had seemed from a distance. The light was not warm, not inviting. It was cold, harsh, like the glare of 1,000 headlights. And as they drew closer, Daniel's stomach twisted. The light wasn't coming from a street lamp or a building. It was coming from something else. A figure. A tall, thin shape standing in the middle of the road. Its face was obscured by the brightness, but there was no mistaking the shape of its grin. That smile. It was stretched wide across its face, just like the others, just like the victims they had seen. But this time, the smile was different. It was wider, more unnatural. And as they neared it, Daniel realized with a sickening jolt that the figure's mouth wasn't just a smile. It was a mouth, a gaping, endless maw, filled with rows of jagged teeth, grinning hungrily at them. "Turn back!" Daniel shouted, his voice hoarse with fear. "Don't go any closer." But it was too late. The figure's mouth stretched wider, impossibly wide, and from it came a sound, not just a scream, but a call. A call that made Daniel's blood freeze. It was as if the entire town, the whole curse, was being pulled into that mouth. The dark figure before them was no longer just a single entity. It was the curse itself, alive, breathing, consuming. And as the shadow loomed over them, they knew, without a doubt, that they were not running to safety. They were running straight into the heart of the curse. Daniel's breath caught in his throat as the figure's mouth grew wider, filling the road with its terrifying, endless void. It was no longer a creature, no longer a shadow. It was the embodiment of everything they had feared. The curse had not just followed them, it had found them. "Run!" Daniel screamed, turning sharply and pulling Caroline and Henry with him. There was no time to think, no time to hesitate. The figure's mouth was vast, consuming everything in its path, and it wasn't just after them. It was after the very life of the town. It was feeding on their terror, their pain, their desperation. They turned and ran, but the road seemed to stretch endlessly, as if the world itself was warping around them. The shadows closed in, swirling like a storm. Each step they took only bringing them closer to the maw of the curse. The wind howled, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble with the force of something ancient and terrible. "I can't," Henry gasped, his legs buckling beneath him. Caroline caught him just in time, but she was breathing heavily now too, her face pale and drained. "It's all around us," she whispered. "We're not going to make it. There's no escape." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, but he refused to give up. "We're not stopping," he said, his voice firm. "We've survived this long. We're not letting it win." But as the darkness pressed closer, Daniel knew the truth. There was nowhere to hide. The curse had already claimed this town, and now it was claiming them too. The figure's eyes, hollow and black as night, locked onto them, and in that moment, Daniel understood. The curse wasn't just after their lives. It was after their souls. It would feed on them, consume them, and when it was done, it would move on, leaving nothing but empty streets and a town lost to the darkness. Henry looked back at the figure, his face filled with hopelessness. "It's over, isn't it? We're done for." "No," Daniel said, though his voice cracked with fear. "We can still fight." But what could they fight? There was nothing to strike, no way to escape. The curse was not a thing they could punch or outrun. It was a part of the world itself, woven into the fabric of existence. And now it was pulling them in, slowly, relentlessly, like the tide dragging them out to sea. Daniel stopped running, forcing Caroline and Henry to do the same. They were surrounded. The shadows closed in, and the light from the figure's smile was blinding now, a cold, terrible light. It hurt to look at it, to see that mouth stretching wider, revealing teeth that looked like they could tear through everything. "Don't give in," Daniel said, his voice shaking. "We still have each other." But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. The curse had already won. There was no escape. The thing before them wasn't just the shadow of death. It was death itself, waiting to swallow them whole. Caroline reached for his hand, and Henry did the same. The three of them huddled together in the face of their impending doom. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, as if the earth itself was giving way to the weight of the curse. The cold was unbearable, and the air tasted like ashes. And then, all at once, the world went silent. The wind stopped howling. The shadows ceased their movement. The terrifying, grotesque grin before them was no longer a threatening presence. It was simply there, all-encompassing, a black void that swallowed everything. Their hearts beat loudly in their chests, but there was no sound beyond that. Then the mouth, the figure, the curse itself, opened wide. It reached toward them, and Daniel closed his eyes, ready to face whatever came next. The last thing he felt was the cold. It enveloped him, filling his lungs, sinking into his skin. It was like drowning, but without the suffocating panic, just a calm, silent descent. And then nothing. The town was silent. No one would ever speak of it again. No one would ever return to it. The streets were empty, the houses abandoned, the windows shattered, the gardens untended. The curse had claimed its final victims. But the shadows still lingered, just beyond the edge of the town. The wind whispered through the trees. And the smile, that smile, was still there, waiting for its next victims. And that's the end of the story. Fall asleep soon.